Yes, good evening, good evening, good evening, good evening. A couple of hours before the big dropping of the Summer Song 2023, as we give you a piece of the countdown to this big dancehall anthem. Only a couple of hours to go before this video will available to you and yours. Artist is QQ. The big dropping of the big song tomorrow. 6. Get accustomed to it. GQ station. Have a big one on your hand. What a song, 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 what a song. Remember, this one will available to you in hours. Yes, this is the song to test those who said they are, them wicked and wild and them bad, But when you call them to action, that's a different situation. Yes, as I said before, this video is really and truly hot. It is burning, and I'm anticipating a huge outpour of support when this video drop in hours from now. Tell your mama, tell your papa, tell your auntie, tell your niece, tell your friend. The name of the song is Boom Flick. The artist is the little maestro QQ, back on the scene. The man come tough than before. As usual QQ, as usual QQ. Dancehall needs something like this. Dancehall were longing for things like this. Let me all jollificate in dancehall again. Listen to the beat now. If you don't like it, just drop on. Give me the lighters. Tell me if you like it. Track is Boom Flick. Available to you tomorrow. Yours truly will be doing a few moves in it. I say good evening to teacher. I know your type of song them, I know teacher. Come on, let me see you. That's the lighter we want to see. Make we see a light of the place tonight. Anticipating the big drop tomorrow of this big song. all across the globe. They are awaiting this one. Giving you a chance to hear it, for it to soak in your bone. Yes, man, it's the little maestro QQ on vocal there, as good as he can ever be. You know, this one threatened to be a very big one in the dance hall all over the globe. The girls are complaining, bawling for the seed. You want to see that part of the video there? His dancehall anthem. The artist is QQ. Video and song available on all your major platforms. Come tomorrow morning, the 17th. Go get this one. It's hot, it's hot, it's hot. Like you do. It's so good. Track called Boom Flick. Available to the public tomorrow the 17th. All of your major platforms. What I say, good evening to GQ. Hey. Now, so QQ wherever you are. And yours truly will be doing some dancing in this one. And that what the spice to this song. The Pum Pum President, can you imagine? Teaming up with QQ. Because remember, I am the president for the International Pum Pum Association. So a song like this could not put together without the signature of the president. Y'all forget seed. What me say? What me say? Y'all forget. I'm gonna speak it plain here. You saw anybody who no like hear about fuck and pussy? Me no cater for you know. Cause me really no cater for the alphabetical people them and uno alone vex. Uno alone vex. Cause uno dey on own agenda, me dey on a pussy agenda. So me say, let me see, Mr. Jordan Brown, know yourself. We just drop it so, straight so. And we just expose you know, as you know do it. Before you say more pussy, I talk about me forgot my bed. We don't want LGBTQ to take over this country. More pussy. 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 Jason, take it easy. Make some good comments, man. Make some encourage. Make some good text, man. Let me deal with them, Drizzle. You don't worry about them. And me was anointed and appointed to put them in a them place. Me not afraid to tell them. Because as them make sure them ugly heads, so me I go put them in a them position. Because, you know, you have some people who don't like to hear positive things, don't like to see people happy, right? And they try to throw cold water on everything that they saw that is positive. And every person that they saw know that good. That boy Jordan no one no fuck. Find something good for text, man. I am very hot and sharp because I'm terrible against the alphabetical people. Them. So many problems they cause on this land. So if you know you're not one of them, step out of the way when I blaze my fire, you. I go to a party the other night, and I have to leave the party before I even started. Before I ready to go. Because it's pure dead beat. Boom, boom, boom. And the girls over there, the resemblance of girl and the resemblance of boy over there, on all they were doing standing and scrolling on their phone. The only time I saw they move is when a gun song play, right? And the girls, they were dead. Because nothing is playing for them to gyrate and jolly about. Now, dancehall really, really need an injection. And we must say thanks to QQ for his effort with this one. The injection. Hey, 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 just me say what me say already, you know. Nobody no come to me and start with negativeness. I mean, a positive person. Me like positiveness. Dancehall. Dancehall must come back to what it used to be. We don't here to talk about anybody. We're here to promote this song, to make you aware of the dropping of this song. Tomorrow, the 17th of June. Get used to it. It is the summer song. Share the live and tell your mama, tell your papa, tell your auntie, tell your niece, tell your friend. Aye. Tired of the boy that we just want suck. It's a little mind store at work. Listen to man. Touring the world at the moment. QQ. Injection in the dance hall. More life in the dance hall. Tired of the dead song, tired of the gun song, tired of the dead song, tired of the gun song. Tired of the Batman song. Some pussy song. Make the girl them dance. Make the girl them dance. Make the girl them dance. Make the girl them. 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 Give them the space in the dance hall. Let they gyrate. Let it turn on. Let they expose the way of life. Yes, man. I am the Pum Pum president. So when you see me at the dance, don't afraid to dash it out. The international pussy president. You want? Tomorrow this one will be available on your major platform. Track called Boom Flick by QQ, the Little Meister. Gotta big up the entire GQ stable. Burning hot night, you know. Them hot, them hot, them hot, them hot, them. And them man, them ready, them ready, them ready. Take it to them, QQ. Take it to them. Take it to them. Take it. Take it. Take it. Come on, folks. So that you hear it here and Tai Chi Cos live. So this is where you hear it. How you did? Check out the video. Check out the energetic dancers in that video, including yours truly. The Pum Pum President. Wanna like it? Wanna like it? Let me hear from Beautiful. Tomorrow is the big day for this one. For your real summer song. I know you'd have heard of the summer song. But this one going to drop on them like a ton of brick. We are big people. We ain't no children. We are grown people. And it's time, as big people, we express ourselves. This way, yeah. That's what the dance hall were made for. Jollification. Communication. Not a place to go to war. We have cut out the war out of the dance hall. Too much fight amongst people in the job. When you hear them at junior, you could ever want to fight? You just dash with your machine and catch your queen. When I go down there, when I soon give you another little piece. For the ones that tight chicos, just drop some. Just some get a one like them, can. And when you catch them, when you catch them, when you catch them, when you catch them, when you catch them. Tenemos. Good on again. You have arthritis? You have arthritis? You must have arthritis. You have arthritis? You must have arthritis. How many say I go down there? Yes. Watch out for this video coming your way, dropping tomorrow. And show yours truly. Dance all nice again. Track called Boom Flick. Real Pum Pum Boss says she want fuck. Then I must. Then I who boy. She want fuck. Chew. I love it, I love it, I love it, I love it, I love it. As I said before, and I'll be saying it right throughout this promotion here tonight, that this is the summer song. Get used to it. The challenge is already out there. You can go on my TikTok page and you will see the girls them doing the challenge. Release to the public tomorrow, the 17th. All your major platforms. Track called Boom Flick. Artist QQ. The Little Maestro. Get used to that one, yeah. Get used to that one, yeah. It's a rule dance hall. It's a change dance hall. Sweetness in the dance hall again. Too much war in it. Hey. I love it, I love it. I love it, I love it. Come tell me if you love it. If you love it, just give me some. Just give me some fireball, Panda Sanga. Light up the stage up and I love it. When they like it, when they like it, when they like it, when they like it. Up Karen, up there, way up there, stay up there, car. Remember, as I said before, come tomorrow, bright and early. You gotta start boom flicking with QQ. Yes, his monster hit, his smashing hit. Get used to it. Start practicing the move. Don't be left out when you're going to the dance hall for the summer. And you say, everybody, get used to it. Say you hear it first on Tai Chico's Live. As the president for the International Pum Pum Association, it would be so appropriate for me to be the first one to play this one. Yes. Yes, the International I'm the president of the International Pum Pum Association. Remember, I am the one who is an advocate for Pum Pum. Love the girls the most, but get Pum Pum the least. Right? The reason being, the woman today goes for vengeance over romance. I definitely disagree with vengeance in the vagina, but I'm 100% agreeing with romance. Vagina pum pum tun tun chocho, or what you want to call it, is my favorite spot, right? And no intelligence, whether artificial intelligence or official intelligence, cannot change me from the place that I am from originally, right? So I will always love songs like this. I will always support songs like these, because honestly, that's where my heart dwells. But as I said, I love the woman the most and get pum pum the least. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine that? Can you imagine that? The president now. The president now. Tired of them, man. Tired of them. Tired of this suck. Alright, now I'm going to make QQ set apart there again. I think QQ said, I'm tired of the young banana, the young planting. Make we hear again. Make we hear what him say. We can't forget. We can't forget. Oh. Huh? Oh, tired of the young planting them. Come now. Go down one over there, so she have arthritis. She can't go down. Jiggle about it. Hey! Uno ready, make it. Uno ready, make it. Uno ready, make it. Make a O in it. Make a O in it. Make a O in it. Uno ready, make it. Make a O in it. Make a O in it. Uno ready, make it.
Go on. Yeah.
Papa Fix, good night.
Yes, man.
Um, Tell me what you like about the song.
How sing a song there?
QQ.
Oh, QQ. Yeah, QQ rise again.
Well, dancehall it needs some injection. So we know he had the ability to put some life into dancehall. So here he is um, putting some life into the summer party this year. I'm quite sure it will be a summer with a different with songs and beats like these and performances like these, right? Song will be dropping tomorrow along with its with the video right and early tomorrow morning. The name of the song is Boom Flick. So just flick it as it drop. The video, yeah, I can tell you, the video is fantastic, and you will see a little bit of yours truly in it, showing off what the girls them should be getting. Yeah, how you plant seeds, how you prepare the land, and you plant the seed proper fix. Your name is proper fix, so you're supposed to know how to fix the land to sow and get good seed, sow good seed that you can get good crop. So, like I said before, the song is Boom Flick. Up to the time, Channel 7. Channel 7. Good night, Channel 7. I, I'm quite sure you have seen sketches of the big video that will be dropping sometimes tomorrow. Uh, you know, quite sure you'd have seen a little sketch on what to expect tomorrow. So I mean, it is no stranger to people like you who would have known me and know my capability and the dance floor. Um, but it is a wonderful video. It's very entertaining, very good to watch. Yes. What says you, Channel 7? Oh, he must have gone for a walk. Channel 7. In the meantime, we gotta lay the big song on you again because it is so huge. Whenever time you gotta hear the beat, yeah. Whenever time they hear this, whenever time they hear this, what don't forget, what don't forget, not tongue but
Yell up, yell up, yell up.
yellow Channel 7.
Oh, you say wine you on the front and wine you on the back.
Second,
You wine you on the front and wine you on the back.
you tell them for me. You never dare. Yeah. You see, our angry one who I lost after the woman back and along out him tongue. I just run him away and just show them how it must be done. That must bring a lot of fun to people worldwide. You know. Man, it's a lovely video to watch, man. Lovely, lovely video to watch. You know, I just love to hear. And when I'm sleeping, I've been hearing this beat in my ears. You know, da-da-da-da-da-da. you know, so such a lovely song, man. Put me in mind of dancehall long time ago. Move up.
What do you got to get? What did you get? What did you get? Hey, QQ! That's it, don't find them.
I remember the track named Boom Flick. We want to see people moving in the dance again. We want to see dancehall as it ought to be, right? We don't want to go into the dance and see the girls them over here so and the boys them over there so and they're competing who can outdo who. We want them to enjoy themselves and also to set an example for the younger ones that is coming in. That dance hall is not a place to go and war, right? Right? We don't want you to go into the dance with and looking over your shoulder and looking place to run and hide. Yes, we want you to get that feelings of jollification as you step in the dance and as JQ joined us. Yes, and he can tell you a little more as we get JQ on. JQ, only a couple of hours away before the dropping of this gigantic hit song from QQ. What is your anticipation at the time? At this time?
Well, me just watch the time and count down, you get me? I said to you, all that song you gonna be the boom, you get me?
Indeed, it's already shaping up to bring about a tsunami, a dance hall, that type of waves through the dance hall. It is shaping up to be one of the biggest summer songs ever. We're looking forward to that. Yes, man. So
Definitely.
let's listen a little more of the big song, a little bit more.
Get the people that moving.
most definitely.
Yes. JQ production. Hey, QQ the artist. Come on, I'm ready.
It have a more calypso beat.
Say again.
It have a more calypso beat,
Yes, yes, yeah, yeah, man. Yeah, man.
calypso flow.
Right.
It's a dancehall. That's a dancehall flow.
Like a
Dancehall
dancehall soca,
original.
dancehall
Dancehall
soca.
original. The
The
kick.
beat, even
Yeah.
though the
The
beat
kick of
have
the
a
rhythm.
soca flow.
Yeah.
Right. But that's what dancehall need now, you know. The
Yeah.
beat in the dance is to kind of a lazy, laid back, give
Remember,
you a
with
laid back
dancehall,
attitude.
the bars speed up, you have to understand the different with dancehall and other genres and the flows and the punchline. Dancehall
Yeah.
kind of speed up. When you say dancehall now, you talk about the acceleration speed. So it get more, supernova. You get me I say? Now with this now, it have a more soca flow in it. A little calypso thing like boop, 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 boop,
If you
boop,
the
boop.
soca carry a pan beat. When I say a pan beat, when you hear a pan beat in terms of like the pan, it give a sound in terms of a soca sound. But you see, Chewy and soca use the same kick in terms of the kick and the drum. It thing about this is the original dancehall. This are the thing I rhythm
Yeah man,
we don't call
the
it now.
lyrical, hold on, really and truly, the lyrical
Shabba.
content type more up in the
You ever listen
dancehall
Shabba?
segment.
Sorry. You ever listen Shabba
What
rhythm?
you
Yeah?
mean, man?
Bokia? Dress. They want to say, Bokia? Dress back. Almost it. Yeah, yeah, they. You know, Shabba, no. Yeah, they all. You get me, I say?
Mm.
Yeah, but it's gonna be real nice. You get me? We have people in Europe anticipate, you know what I mean?
Mm. So the eye through the bus,
Well, they are part of the
All right.
production.
the production team, or
Yeah,
a QQ really, a QQ.
yeah.
Okay. So QQ surface again on the dancehall spotlight.
What really happened, Q was a man always, but what happened in a Jamaica? If you know make nice in a Jamaica, it seems like you know really people don't realize say Jamaica is just a little dot. You get me? I said to you, just while Q just leave Jamaica Saturday night, New York, leave New York. Last night he's in presently in London now. Leaving London tomorrow to Sweden. You get me?
Well,
So
if a different tour and stage show and them thing there.
yeah, so sometimes
Adventure.
people, yeah, he's one of the
Well, that's what
dancehall
things said
artists.
to
Them,
them.
he's one of the dancehall artists where don't need a song. Them he has a good performing ability. Tomorrow he might represent the Caribbean because them have Caribbean versus soca, not soca, Afrobeat.
Mm.
So he might up there on a cruise, he might up on a cruise ship where I feature dancehall and Afrobeat.
That like
Can you
Rima,
imagine that, man?
Burna Boy and them are artists there. Them kind of segment there. Them
Yeah,
Afrobeat there.
yeah. It's not gonna be Burna Boy, but one of them big
Yeah,
one
yeah, yeah. One
from
of
Africa.
them Afrobeat. Yeah, yeah. I only for them,
Yeah,
only a lot of them. But right
I'll
now, the
tell you the
most
truth.
outstanding one, a Burna Boy still.
Yeah, and since West was the man back in the days, and then that be yo, but a burner boy really.
I
Burner
hold it
boy is
off
one of
right
the
now.
highest. Burner boy is the highest paid African right now.
Mm-hmm.
The man a sell out stadiums where we don't have no Jamaican artist can do right now.
Mm-hmm. So the thing set man on an international level. That on a local level it there, so But on an international level, it's a
It a
worldwide
drop.
global affair.
Music a drop in the music because back in the days when me and you would go down love to go stage show and you had much stage show. Stage show and them thing they kinda a fade when now in Jamaica. You get me I say?
Yes, sir.
When last we have a stage show in a Kingston directly. Kingston.
Like
Because they
yeah,
are complaining that that it is bringing
nice,
violence.
nice, nice and violence. Yeah.
No nice and violent man. You know resident. Let me show you something now, right? When you're talking
Hold
people
on.
not
Stage
like
show I'm still but I'm more some cultural one like Dennis Brown's
you know
birthday and them things.
no man, them they're not stage show. When I say not stage show as in
You talk about
it,
dancehall thing.
no, in terms of Dennis Brown is a memorial thing, so people look
Yeah.
forward to that on a year to year basic. But what I'm
You
saying
talk
to you
about like
different is
local promotion. People just keep
in
some
ter-
stage show all over. Like a
alright,
champion in action or a
alright.
island
What may I say to
explosion
you?
and them things.
Listen this.
Yeah.
Listen this. We used to have we used to have 24 show in a Jamaica per year. Major shows. Or presently if we have four left, we have enough. You get me?
Mm.
So the show business it a dead out. It a dead out because them merge the children them into the field there. The youth them rather go a party and them think the different is still enough hardly want to find young youth to go a stage show and them thing. You see me I say?
Yeah, like us thing did come back the other day.
Yeah.
Amari and Queenie have a showdown. Them
Yeah,
thing
but
there.
that
That's
that
about
embarrassed
performance.
that it
Yeah.
embarrassed it embarrassed the show.
Yeah, man, the entire fraternity getting a big embarrassment.
Yeah, it is a big embarrassment. What them really now do different is still the show business in Jamaica is so biased. It biased in a sense that them now look for people why this show it now grow because a man a try for put a good package together. You get me I say to you?
Mm. So, as entertainers now, them have to just know what them a do in terms of having things put together, in terms of having a certain
Mm-hmm.
salary even from these show compensation, that you have to
Yeah.
perform and do your thing and you have to want to get, you know, you have to want to
Mm-hmm.
earn something from it. And some people don't earn
Yes,
nothing of
sir.
that too.
The,
Of that, you
no,
know
the
what I mean?
money is the money it hard, because the money with some artists why it
Mm.
unbelievable. So me I said to you,
And the promoter now make that. That the promoter have to pay
nah
for
make that.
liquor, consignment, stage light, all different type of thing. Artist, sound system, everything. So a whole heap of money. So we keep a stage so it really take a lot.
Nah,
It bring in a pot.
nobody can keep stage show again in Jamaica. Anything where I keep, I might be friend just link up and say me I do a thing.
Yeah, man. All right.
Cause
Really
when
and
it,
truly, how it used to go now, people we used to keep stage show are some people where have a lot of different backup support. You talk about people where know say yo, from the parish, they from the parish or from whatever, just like a round robin or so. You see them come together and say yeah, them all keep a round robin.
millions of
And
dollars.
people come.
Them
But you know what I
artists
mean?
they were just bust. Nowadays, millions them want. You get me?
Millions.
Yeah, them want millions. You get
I
me?
don't
But
know,
it nah.
Yeah, man, it a work still, man. Them not get that stage show. So when them a chop a line feet, they don't know them artists, them know for do them thing, them know the code thing, you know what I mean?
Artist
You
want
get a round
100, artist in a Jamaica want 100,000 US.
thousand for one USA, for one little performance on stage.
100,000. Yeah. You
You
get me
get
I say?
that? Yeah, man. Rich life, you know. I them thing they are going at
Yeah.
them time, you know. But back in the days, the difference still, you know, that, you know. With certain artists, kind of used to satisfy, or certain ways to get underpay or so. But you see, but
Yeah.
everybody know the thing upon a different level. Everybody I go high stake,
Yeah.
high stake, yeah, man. Them
Yeah.
really. But better, some of them prefer for go a look where they are so. Go do a look one performance or so, or a look small, you know, party or so, and pass through a night that. But
Yeah,
again,
man. Like tonight, Rubber Dub Thursday, Burlington Avenue. You know, lots of
my soul of
artists passing
headquarters.
through. I think we have jammies there tonight.
Oh,
Stone Love.
one thing them are running Rebel T
Or
on
Yeah,
Rebel
run
Thursday.
T.
Tea Land
No, no,
tonight.
no. Actually, no,
Never
no.
remember to
Oh, no,
tell
that's
me,
not that's on a Burlington Avenue. Avenue. That's a Dunbar
Where Rebel Tea Land there?
Avenue. Dunbar
Yeah.
Avenue.
Yeah, don't bad.
A Dunbar Avenue. Stone Love upon Burlington Avenue and
Burlington.
Juna
Okay.
Ju- Juna Reid studio they right from Eastwood Park Road. So you have to,
Yes. Yeah.
as a musician or an entertainer, you have to connect the dots in Jamaica. You have to know the different location where the studios are, you know, where the sound system located. So you see, you have to just know, yeah man, the places, you know, definitely. You can locate it on the map. So the thing set
Yeah.
man, you know, the entire carpet era, you know what I mean? A lot of different, you know, entertainment, you know, district, you know what I mean? But you know, so the biggest one out of all of them was the downtown segment back in the days. But through downtown kind of mash up now. Everything gone further uptown, you know?
Yeah. The
Uptown
passa
Monday still
passa.
a
The
go on.
days the passa.
Mm-hmm. Yeah man. The session they was keeping at the town. But when they still a go and see them ways to the headquarters. Still a
Yeah, man.
yeah man, so
But nice energy, nice vibe. Tony Mataran vice on the rhythm, you know.
mm-hmm.
You see.
You see
Tony
everything here.
Mm.
Mataran.
Yeah,
Yeah.
for real. Yeah, man. So maybe I have to go do the press there.
Well, the rhythm
Um,
alright still. Rhythm
yeah,
alright still. Mm-hmm. Rhythm alright man. I just find, you know, the
yeah.
right lyrics to drop a punchline again. Another one, you know?
Everything
Like to be more
basically, you know
melodic.
what I mean? We have
Yeah.
people, we have so much people from Europe. I gotta have a challenge on it, you get me?
Yeah.
Yeah, man. So when you do different still, I want to say me the outdoor, uh, light just gone over our side, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So just step out,
Which parish that? St.
then
Catherine.
catch.
St. Catherine. Yeah. Just figure it out still. So me just say the right thing. Though I say things that man, you know? Connection, you know what I mean? Yeah
Yeah,
man.
yeah.
So this connection of the light, but you still have a source of Wi-Fi CMA up or a service.
Yeah,
Data, yeah, because the
later.
light out, yeah, light out, Wi-Fi I go out. Also, the system setting that we have to all understand, you know. You see that system we're in right now, we are connected to the matrix, you know. Without the
Mm-hmm.
matrix, we can't really communicate, we can't really correspond, you know what I mean? And artists and everybody else, entertainers and musicians have to understand, you know. I saw
Yeah,
the thing said vital before it go viral, you know what I mean? Vitality, yeah
yeah,
man, naturally. That's how the thing set right now. You see it right now, the power out, but you still have data up, so you can connect same way.
yeah.
Matrix, man, we have to all plug into it, man. That's how the thing set, man. Once you unplug from it, we're going back to the most high. And that's right there. Yes, I. Darkness where we all came from, you know. Right now, is a way how we look through life. How we close our eye, what we say?
Give me a
We
minute,
not
like,
see
give
no
me a
life.
minute.
Yeah,
Give
man.
Yeah.
me a minute, yeah?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
yes, GQ.
Huh?
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
So,
go ahead, Papa Fix.
hey, man, say, when we close the eye, we see low and darkness.
Mute your mic, GQ. Mute your mic.
Huh? Yeah, mute them
Mute
out,
your
mute them
mic.
out.
Yeah,
Hey, Tai Chico, so man say no. Yeah, man, we
yeah.
are all close the eye as humanites. We experience pure darkness. That's how you go.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. So we
Out
talk
of the.
about based upon no, all no, evaluation we are come to know a reason we going on now. So we are come from stages like the metaphysics to the physics to
Mm-hmm.
the astrology because now we are going to talk about time and space and atoms and molecules and everything. Because we'll check it out still, you know. All what we understand, you know, that are really, you know, is that we as people have to just be sensitively and understand scientifically and just understand how to communicate because it's the black people are the strongest race ever, you know. Because I look, I research and view a thing what they show you about the Tartarius people where they were talking about the Russians and there was some black people, the Titans, the Tartarus, and them are the Titans, the black people, you know. That's why I say
Yeah, man.
America fight Russia. That's why I say
The
America fight Russia.
Tainos. The Tainos. Tainos.
No man, no, not me not talk about the Indians. The
Oh,
Tartarius them, me not talk the
okay.
Tigers.
Okay.
Tartarius them name. Yeah man. Oh Tartaria. Yeah, Tartaria. Like we have Russia, the Tartaria. They said them if you research it and look it up, you get to understand more about it. You see, this is how knowledge increase, you know. Watch it now. All right,
Yeah.
mankind. All right, a man now inspired by the Most High to write a book, right? And based upon film illustration, people are gonna read it and understand what he might try to say. But at the end of the day, now, if you see what he must say, actually you have to just kind of go through some imagery thing, like you know what I mean, evaluation, the mind evaluation, because you're not there, but you're imagining certain aspect of things to kind of get for more understand more for the person enlightening to you. You get me? I say so the same thing with the Bible too, because you know what I mean, who inspire and write the Bible and them thing there, you know, they go through certain things and you know, in a certain time, them really, you know, publish certain doctrine, don't it? Because the
Mm-hmm.
Bible really published in a time of slavery, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man, the Bible really published in a time of slavery. And Ephesians, Timothy, and some other scriptures in the Bible show you how the masters and the enslaved people, how them to treat them and how them to deal with them. Is it not so really and truly? I like most of them thing there. All right, I just like Psalms and some other little scriptures are so some different verse, kind of outstanding, different from the indoctrination part. Because them a tell us straight, say, the lords or the masters and the slave masters are the same white rulers like we are call it now, the colonials. England and America mostly, but most England. Where hey,
Yeah.
we check out the world, you know. Yeah, you see right now, hey, right now, we're going in a third and a fourth and a fifth dimension. Because we really are going now that a transformation happening in the world. You see the place get out of there, the cycle has changed. You see them a look through certain views right now, through certain concept, certain perception where certain things we they are talking about the new planet, what them call it, planet X, Neurobus or something like that, you know, that the planet they will come where them say them are, you know, them are view from the other day, out it show up in the system, in the solar system or whatever. A whole heap of things are going, you know. A lot of things are going out there,
So
man.
well on the proper fix.
Yeah.
What would cause is for us to feeling this type of heat here now that we weren't accustomed to?
What are the cause, right?
Yeah.
All right, here we go now. All right.
Mm-hmm.
We must understand that the sun radiates, right? And it
Yes.
radiates helium, right? Helium is what come from it. Hydrogen and oxygen mixed together. You get water.
Yeah.
So you know you have different gases. We're going to chemistry, we can go into physics too. But where we are come from, we almost finished out of the metaphysics. But we're going to chemistry now. Anyway, so now you ask now the time, the temperature, how it's act from the other day. It's
Yeah.
basically because actually the layers, the radiation, I mean, how the sun radiates, remember, the earth is magnetic, and the sun is electromagnetic. So the charge from the sun, the heat, the current, we for kind of, maintain the cycle alive. Because you see that there is oxygen and air and water within space, but it is moving in at the speed of light in time and or whatever frequency. Because if you notice, everything works off a frequency. That's why you have vibration frequency, amplify frequency, modulator and frequency. It's up to the different type of vibration where it a face or where it come in contact with. So from the sun now, it was upgraded to a certain degree. Hot. That's why we have faced so much heat for the other day. We're gone summer as it is. And once it touching a summer, the time extra hot. Definitely hot.
Wouldn't you, hold on,
Temperature turn up.
wouldn't you, hold on. Right now, there's an unusual cyclone in the Pacific Ocean. Pacific that? Yeah. And they are blaming it on thing there, climate change. It's a very vicious cyclone that threatened a part of Pakistan and India. And they are blaming it on climate change. What do mankind has to do with climate change, to induce climate change? So the storms get more vicious, the sun get more hotter, right? What is it that mankind has done? Is it the matrix, the changing of the matrix, or from the official intelligence to the artificial?
You say what?
Robix?
Yeah, man. Me I hear. Yeah.
And they said in Asia they are blaming the vicious cyclone that on climate change. So I'm saying now, what causes climate change? Do the mankind has anything to do with it, or it just
Yeah, man.
pure the time? Oh,
Yes. A lot. A lot. All right. A lot of things emanating from Earth, meaning emission and all different type of release of gases out in the atmosphere. Once it reach out there in space, outer space, it have a lot to do with the changes of gases and the formation, because you have carbon monoxide, carbon dioxide, oxygen, nitrogen, helium, a lot of different gases, gaseous exchange. And everything really came from a solid stage. And the earth as it is, it is of solid, solid core, inner core, what I mean? Solid as it is, the inner core, and the mantle, the crust, you have solid area. Liquid, which is the water, 75% of the body of earth of water. And then you have the gas. Gas is released in the air. So it all have a lot to do with that stage, from solid liquid to gas. And it changes again, you know what I mean? The cycle changes. So once you have the mixture of gases, you really will have some different effects or defects, in the outer atmosphere. Especially it have a lot to do with the ozone layer, because there is a blanket of cloud that protects, that shields, certain, area of the earth, which we're speaking about currently, the tropics, because if you go in the polar region, there is a lot of ice, and those areas, even right now, it have been undiscovered. There's a lot of places which they don't want us to know about, even especially in the North Pole, the northern region. You think speaking about Greece, Poland, and so on and so forth. Iceland and up in the Norwegian area. Those places are extremely cold and it's a frigid area. So, in terms of being in the tropics, we have a lot to face in terms of climate change. And the changes of climate do exist and happen on a daily basis because of the factory smokes and the greenhouse gases and different type of pollutive, gases that go out, in the atmosphere. It have a lot to do with that effect also, because there is a place that NASA built that they actually generate clouds. It is located someplace in the South American region where they're actually um, generate thick clouds, send it, and when those send out those clouds, they actually um, fall rain. Definitely.
Mm-hmm.
Once you finish, you can go on YouTube and view it. NASA generated cloud machine, and you will see it.
There are some there are things that I know, but for the general public, or some of the things that I'm asking you, I've already know what is going on there. But I mean, to break it down that people can understand what is happening at the moment, because a lot of people don't have a clue of what is happening, and once they don't know, they becomes a contributor instead of solving the problem. So they need to know why the sun is so hot. They need to know why the thunders and the lightning. I'm 65 years of age, right? And yes, in the 60s and 70s growing up, yes, we used to hear thunder and lightning, but not as vicious as they are now. We used to hear about storm, but not as vicious as these are now, right? So when I ask if it is the mankind doing or it is nature just rebelling against what mankind is doing, right? Because once you force against nature, nature gonna react back on you, that is
And
what
take
we are
its course.
seeing now.
Yes,
Right?
yes, nature will take back its course because watch it now. Simple illustration. If you live in a river area which is in a low lying area, right? For instance, you live in a riverbed. But for years, for say 100 years or so, and you're living in that
Yeah.
zone, in that area, and there's
Let
a
us look.
house with a farm and so, and
Let
then
us look at what
that is
Empress.
riverbed. Yeah,
Let us look at what Empress is saying. He said, "A true now in California should be hot and sunny, but the sky has been dark and cloudy and cold." Yes, yes. So yeah, it is what mankind has done on earth here that causes nature to be reacting and us the way you're seeing it. Time, the sun, even proper fix, even
yes.
people, human being are more vicious. And I don't know if you're speaking to me from Jamaica, but wherever in the world you are today, you must hear about the slaying of the 8-year-old. Now, I born 1957, and it's only old people used to dead. No young people never used to dead.
Oh, you're speaking about in terms of bloodshed, crime and violence. You're speaking about
Right,
that.
the
Well,
minds of the people, just as the ozone layer got damaged, and so it threw back the heat and us, right? So does it affects the heart of men today. Even men are more vicious. Human beings are much, much more vicious than
well,
those
that,
before. Remember one
well.
time, you step on a man's shoes, you could say sorry, You can't do that again, So not only the oceans are getting vicious, everything is more vicious than it used to be. Even our leaders getting more vicious. So it just takes a little bit of meditation, and you look and see what is evolving around you at this time, right? People aren't meditating, and that is one of the problems too, because they could have been the remedy for the situation, but because they do not know what is happening, they do not know how to remedy it, right? And that's the reason why I was questioning you, so that even one person can learn from you, right? Who seems to have certain amount of knowledge, right? So they can learn from you, so they could be a part of the change, the solving the problem, right? In somebody said the technology. Wow, I like that term. The technology false religion and 5G. All right. I heard you were going around that a bit, as the technology is all good, and that there is nothing bad in the technology, in the matrix, right? In this new world order, like everything is fine. It is like the Bible. You mentioned the Bible. It is,
Remember, remember. I did
yeah,
mention about
yeah, man.
things
I
that
heard you.
radiate, and they're the person
Yeah,
have radiation. So I mean, it's that's same thing terms, in terms of what radiates. And I was also speaking about the vibration and the frequencies. You know what I mean? It's a different frequency. All right. For instance, I'm gonna just put it clear. All right. Say you speak about the 8-year-old, right?
yes.
We're gonna go further over to the west. We're going say into St. James, Montego Bay. There is a certain frequency in Montego Bay that once you're not able to cope with them, to be living in and around that surrounding that area, you will be, it's either you're schizophrenic, it's either your mind totally lost, or there is no consciousness, or there's no focus. Because a lot of people in those areas, they're not meditating or concentrating on the most or the good Lord. It's just bad frequencies, negative vibrations, you know what I mean? Negative and violence. So that's why there is so much wrongdoing going on in that section. You understand? In the land of
Hmm.
the living now, every day you find out there has been something happening over that section of Jamaica, St. James.
Why?
Because of the frequency,
All right.
bad
Cast your
frequency.
mind back now. Cast your mind back to the east. Cast your mind back to the east now. Port Royal. Remember?
Well, well,
Hold on.
I did have a story about Port Royal. You know that Port Royal actually sunken in 1692 by a massive earthquake.
That's a tsunami, but
Um,
it never known as tsunami them time there. Right? It was known as an underground. They used to describe it as an underground earthquake, right? Now the survivors, whoa, the survivors of that earthquake, they head on to the north and the west, and they
And who is the
continued.
survivor? Who is the survivor?
Eh?
Can you name one of the survivors?
No, I can't name them by name, right? But those that survive, they
Okay,
leave
all
the
right.
east.
Actually, I'm gonna weigh in on that. Okay. Actually, there was this fellow known as Louis Galdi. The St. Peter's and Paul's Church that located
Yes.
smash in the middle of Port Royal. That church is where Louis Galdi attend. You know what I mean? So actually, he was the one that was the the foreseer. You know what I mean? The spiritualist, a person who can foresight things
Mm-hmm.
and actually tell it, really, born with the gift of a discerning spirit to can actually sense things before it happens. So he was like a warner. We call it warner man in Jamaica. So, they go around and warn and say something bad going to happen, people must repent and whatever and whatever. So the night before the earthquake, 'cause it was a day the earthquake shook, right? And actually he was warning them to change of the wicked ways because, Port Royal was known as one of the wickedest and richest city in Jamaica.
That is what I was coming to. That is what I was
Actually,
coming to.
Port Royal was
But
one of the
hold
wickedest
on.
and the
At
richest
the
city in the
time,
entire world
good,
in the
good.
16th
The
century.
siniest city. But hold on now. Why was it called the city? The most wickedest city on earth. Why?
It was Sin City because there was a lot of warmongers over there.
Like,
The
like,
Queen
come on,
Colonial
come on, speak
um
it out, man. I want you to
the,
speak it out.
the Queen Colonial Order, the Duchess and the Duke or whatever, and the Buccaneers, so to speak, of Henry Morgans, Blackbeard,
Good,
and a lot
good,
more pirates. There
good.
was a lot of thief, golds and diamonds and looting and rooting, drunkard, warmongers, whoremongers, and all different type of things. The same thing that was happening at that
And I
time
want
is
you to just remember, I want
precisely
you to
happening.
just remember, I just want you to remember your point, right? And don't we got all of those you mentioned in our school curriculum that they were great people? Marco Polo, Henry Morgan, Christopher Columbus, right? They
Yeah.
were the architect of the earthquake in Port Royal. And the survivors fled to the north and the west, right? And if you notice what
And hold
the
on, hold on,
hold on,
hold
let
on,
me
hold
finish,
on,
man.
hold on.
Let me finish. The remnants of that earthquake, what it named? The Gideons, the Gideons, the Gideons, the listed house is the remnants or the memorial of that earthquake. You know, because the place was so sinny, so many things were happening there. The powers that being struck it with that earthquake. And those who managed to survive, they head on to the north and the west. And they continued the practices. So that same frequency of what they knew has come to their culture had now shifted to the north and the west. That's why
You
it
know
is
that
like that.
Louis Galdi
So,
was
so
buried in the St. Peter's and Paul Church over there in Port Royal. He was a lone survivor. The earth suck up and spit him out. The earth actually suck him in, draw and pull him in, the dirt, everything, and it spit him out shoot him out. I mean, that was
But that
a
he was one of
catastrophe.
the survivor. Because it is so comes they started to get the hedonism, to continue the same kind of carnage that were happening there. It is the continuation of that practices, right? And it is happening today with the alphabetical group that we have here, right? Is the agent
Yes,
of
because
of the
hold on.
continuation.
Before we go any further, the practices they actually put it in school curriculum nowadays. Actually,
Of
the
course.
stories that they tell our youngsters, they're actually telling them about genderism and all of those stuff, and they're actually telling them that is it is acceptable to live certain type of life, and that's what we need to do to stop our younger folks from being immoralized, of these immoral things coming from the European or from the United States or from Britain or from their indoctrinations, because they always try to fool and indoctrinate us. They always try to
Not
put a veil over the eyes of the
not
youngsters. So
not
actually,
intending
that's
to
why the
cut
society
you.
is all right. Why they're trying to get to the society nowadays like this? They're putting out putting it out in the school curriculum. They actually put it in education. They want it to be accepted. And I saw them putting up some flags the other day, some rainbow flags up at the embassy and actually up at the both embassy. I think it's a Canadian embassy and the American embassy. Why is it that they're trying to, put all these negativity, into the face of Jamaican? You know what I mean? They don't want to the younger forces to live an upright life. You know what I mean?
A
Is
proper
just
fix, proper fix. Listen this. That's the reason why I love this song. To abolish indoctrination, right? The song says gal, not man and man. Encouraging. As you mentioned, it is in the school curriculum. It is now in the textbook, right? Right? And that is the gateway for all these destructive things that we are seeing happening in our country today, right? Because of those practices right now, which intensified over the past 10 or 15 years, right? And that's why everything, see, I mentioned even man's heart becomes even more vicious, that someone could use a knife to slit a young 8-year-old baby throat. That is clear barbarism, right? Yeah. So it must be something in the atmosphere.
yeah, man.
You said the
I
you
mean,
said the
it's crazy.
frequency, which you were right.
It,
You were
it's
right.
crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's a crazy wave of crazy frequency going on with those crazy people. You know what I mean?
But
Maybe they're so mentally
a lot of
derailed
people
or
won't
mentally
talk it.
challenged. Yeah, a
A
lot of
lot of
them are
people just
possessed.
going around the thing.
A lot of them are possessed. People who do those type of action, there are really some possessed souls. You know what I mean? Yes, some unwanted souls without purpose. Because purpose never die. So why try kill purpose? That's a youngster. She's much young, an angel, and to slay her like that, it's so inhumane, and it's crazy, But we know the Lord will,
Uh, uh,
will angle it.
proper fix. Proper fix. Did you know that more money is on debt? Debt is much more expensive than life.
Repeat.
Debt is much more expensive than life. The cost, let me say the cost of debt is much more expensive than to live. If
Continue.
you check out the ratio, you are a child, all right, that 8-year-old child, she doesn't start earning yet, we get millions, and it's going to take millions to bury her. I wonder if you get me.
Hmm.
You don't get me?
I'm listening.
She never earned $1 million in her life, 8 years, but it will take $1 million to bury her. Move from her now. Go to a bigger person. Probably
All
never
right. All right. All
earn
right.
a
All right. All right.
million.
All right. Repeat what you said from first again, and I will answer you after that.
I
Based upon my
said,
opinion.
it is much, debt is much more expensive than life.
Because life is priceless. Okay, that's where I finish off it right here. Life is priceless, without a cost, without even a paper with a value on it, with some dead people face lying in the middle of it or at the end. That's no value than life. Life is the formation of atoms and molecule, and what I mean, the cosmic. So this life in abundance. That's why we have to all understand, about death and life,
I think, all right, just say that life, as long as you have life, you can achieve whatever you
Yes,
want to
because
achieve,
that's why
right?
that's why I understand say that life is priceless. That there is no price to life.
Yeah, but their price to
There
death.
is there's nothing called economy, because economy is only to generate earnings and benefits and whatever, what I mean, profits or whatever. So they have an economy, to kind of trade and exchange goods. But at the end of the day, still life is priceless. That's why trust in the Most High. And once you trust in the Most High, I mean, you don't have to worry or
What I want you to focus on more though, yes, just in the most side that is elementary. What we want to focus on here and to let the people out there who are not understanding what is happening, right, is to go a little deeper into that, and you're going to show them why so many people are dying, because the price each person died, some living soul benefit from it.
Well,
So
I mean, not
one goes
and
down.
hold on. It's not everlasting. That's not everlasting benefit. That's just for a short term, a matter of time, because there is a reaction
We're not,
to
remember,
to every
hold on,
action. There's
remember
an
you
equal
already
or opposite
spoke about
reaction.
radiation, what goes around comes around.
Comes
So if
around. It's a
you
cycle. Yeah.
inherit, the thing unjustly, it's not gonna last. It just ain't gonna last.
Yes,
So we
it
speak
shall
about
wither.
radiation,
It
meaning
shall
what goes
it
around
shall
comes around.
wither and it shall wither and die.
Yeah,
It shall.
elementary. Those are
Yeah,
those are
definitely.
elementary. That is why we need to teach the people them. So what them do today, if it is out of the will of the Almighty, it gonna come back round on them. That is what we need to teach, right? But in order to do so, you have to completely eradicate indoctrination, because they are grossly indoctrinated. So, because they're grossly indoctrinated, they call good bad
That's why.
and bad
That's
good.
why. That's why. That's why. we have our ancestors, we have our spiritual guidance, our spiritual guardian angels and spiritual leaders. We have the messengers with love, you know what I mean? Peace, happiness, and joy, in their messages. It's just we have to tap in and listen. That's it, It's the choices that we make. So, being
Let me
upon earth
just
right now,
let,
going
let me
along
just
this
say
journey.
this. Let me
Yeah.
just say this. Religion is a product of destruction. Yes, religions. Let me say it right with the plurals. Religions, because you see what you said there about your ancestors. I'm quite sure if you go to certain denomination and speak of your ancestors, they said a duppy I talk about. They said they don't believe in their ancestors, but they believe in Jesus Christ. Right? They don't believe in their ancestors. And all of that comes through false education and indoctrination that they do not know from whence they came. Because
Remember, a man without history of his past origin is like a tree without roots. Okay?
how many people comprehended what you said?
A
Not
man
many.
without knowledge of his past, because in this lifetime, we have the past, the present, and the future tense. So the past tense, the present tense, and the future tense. It's just today, tomorrow, and beyond. You get me? Today, tomorrow, forever lasting is life. Once we have life, we can do anything because purpose never die. Okay? It's a gift. So we live to see a lot of stuff. We live to see things unfold upon this earth. We have been through a lot of experience through the struggles of life, through ups and downs, yet still we are alive and remain to see the beauty and behold the love of the Most High. That's why you see, we have to give thanks every day to the Most High, in and amongst the land of the living, because there's a lot of things going on, in our time and our space, and we actually can do even our own initial time travel. We can tap back into our past. We can tap back into even when was a baby or so, growing up or whatever, because you can have those flashback in it. You can review all those things of your life. Those better, because there's a lot of people who can do those stuff too. I mean, and a person who can give hypnosis, is a hypnotologist or so. I mean, a lot of people who can, a spiritualist or whatever. You know what I mean? So we have to just excel. We have to go on in this lifetime, because the body is a vehicle of traffic in the spirit, and we're doing a journey, a spiritual journey, and we're excelling and we're learning. Because right now, it's the awaken. It's the awaken. A lot of black people eyes are open. Okay, definitely, it's a eye open season to uplift, to uplift and live beyond this time.
Yeah. Yeah, but that's not where I'm at. Well, I allow you to speak to probably those who do not know those simple facts. I think those are too simple to the problem that we are having. We need to go to the root, as you said, one who don't know his past. And when a one going to say their ancestors are dope, that means they are grossly indoctrinated. All right? The the church's teaches, or some religion teaches Holy Ghost, while some teaches the Holy Spirit.
All right. I want you to listen to this song. I saw the light. I saw the light. No more in darkness, no more in ignorance. I am so happy. I am so free. Give thanks to the Most High. Once I saw the light, we all came from darkness. Darkness is where we're from. Closing your eyes, you are within darkness. Opening your eyes, the windows to the world, you can see the light. You can be enlightened by the messengers, the angels of God. They're real. The messengers are here. They're working certain frequencies also. That's why we were speaking about frequency and vibration frequency earlier. It is real. There's a lot of people living in darkness. Darkness. You have a lot of people in Jamaican
Yeah,
culture,
hold on,
dancehall
hold on,
nowadays.
hold
They're
on,
singing
hold
about
on
pure
now, hold on now,
darkness.
hold on now.
Yeah.
And that is what we want to. We want to use this platform here and
To
this
address that.
opportunity that
To address
we
that.
have here now to address that, to bring some light into.
To shed some
So
light.
merely
Because
repeating what we already know without without letting them breaking it down to their understanding and keep on repeating all the song you're singing there. It is just a repetition of what they've heard on a daily basis and cannot comprehend because we are from the darkness, right?
yes, there's a
They
lot of
call us,
persons living in ignorance and darkness.
of
And I mean
course, and that is our
cruelty and
purpose now.
dishonesty. Yeah,
That
yeah.
we want to use this program to eradicate that, right? We don't want to merely meandering. We want to see ourselves different. I don't know about you, but I want to be a subject of change. So I am not going to repeat the things that making no changes to the society, right? I want to look deeper.
You see what's the problem now? You see what's the problem? There is a lot of things going on, ongoing. And until we understand, and can solve our own problem and see our own issues and errors, you know what I mean? So we can fix them because human
How
being,
are you
we're
gonna
all
do? How are
creatures.
you gonna
We're,
do the proper
as
fix?
human
How
being,
are you gonna
we're
do
all
that fix?
creatures of habit. We
How
do
are
the
you gonna
same
do
thing
that?
over and over again. A
Proper
lot of
fix.
people do the same thing over and over again. But
Proper
I
fix.
mean,
Huh? How are you gonna do that? What
you have to
is the
try to
route?
transform from the
All right,
experience of you have been through.
give me a
It's a
chance.
life is a
Give me
learning
a chance.
experience.
Give me a chance, proper fix. How you're going to do that is to eradicate all that they teach you and allow the Holy Spirit to teach you. No,
And based upon your perception of that eradication, it's come from the mind evaluation. You have to evaluate yourself. So the very clear mind evaluation is how you analyze things and how you do things to carry on. Possibly that's a choice that you make along the route that you choose, the direction that you're heading in. You know what I mean? So that's why we're on this platform now. We have to have guides. We have to have spiritual guides and spiritual messengers, to just guide us along the
I
path
want
of
you to say it this way
consciousness.
before, hold on. I want you to say it this way before I bring in Simon St. Peter. I would prefer you say it this way. Um, as the proper spiritual guide. The proper spiritual guide. Because there's a lot of people out there teaching about guidance and about spirit, but it's the improper one. Let's hear from Simon St. Peter. Good evening, Simon.
Greetings. First of all, I'd like to say grace and peace to the Most High. Greetings to the 12 tribes of Israel. And greetings to all
Greetings.
my Christian brothers all across the diaspora. My brother, I have to say this. Our solution in the Caribbean, specifically Jamaica, right, is have to be around serving and going back to the commandments of God. We have to go back. What we are doing now, and where we are now, we're in that bad place. Our Jamaica, as it is just it's just like a careless girl on the street where every man wreck out and nobody else don't want to deal with it no more. And that's how me say our country right now. How do we restore it? We're going to have to restore it by returning to God. And I'm talking the God of the Bible. I don't care where my other countrymen them will say Jesus a white man and all of this nonsense. We who study Bible know that Jesus was no white man. We have to go back. We have to start keep the commandments. We have to change the government. And we have to start to do the things that are pleasing to the Most High. The PMP or the JLP, they can't help us. This has been going on for quite some time. I'm a kid of the 70s. That's how my time I grew up. And I moved about in the earth. And a PMP and JLP, me know my mother and father and my neighbor them talk about all the time. And from that time till now, nobody now help a brethren. We have to change the government. We're going to have to start to take care of ourselves. We're going to have to start to, if we have garbage or rubbish we pick up, we have to do it. But we're going to have to change the leadership, first and foremost. And then we're going to have to implement strict biblical laws as pertain to murder, stealing, homosexuality, every other wickedness, and ban these things out of the land. That is my solution. I'm going to mute up and hear what you have to say. Thanks for bringing me up.
I'm totally in agreement with you, sir. I totally in agreement with you. We got to go back to the old format. They are pushing for artificial intelligence. And the technology is good. But one must also remember that the artificial intelligence cannot function without the official one. You must have to come to that realization. Then you would have seen that the artificial intelligence cannot stand on its own without what you said, Simon, go back to the original. Right? Proper fix.
Yes, definitely. Definitely. That's the
Definitely.
way, you know?
All right. So we all agree here that that is the way to go. But how do we return? In Christendom they would say repent, mean return or retract your step, go back, stop here. Yes, this is doing us no good. So let us return. That's repent. Let us return back to the old mythology of our ancestors. Right? Let me just address another point about Jesus. Simon said we all know that Jesus was a black man. I don't want to quote him wrong. He didn't say we all know. He said we here in our organization know that Jesus was a black man, which is correct, right? So How do we get now to get it in the minds and the head of the people, even some of the Rastafarian brethren, to let them know that it is really the portrayance of Jesus that makes the big confusion and controversy around the world. It is not the ability of Jesus, but the portrayance, the way they portray Jesus, which cannot add up to the reality. And that's what bring about the doubt in people, right? And henceforth, we must call the spade a spade. Now, in doing so, we have to eradicate all religious teachings and teach it from the Spirit, straight from the Spirit. Simon?
Now, I'd like to ask you a question. You said to teach it from the Spirit. You want to explain to me now how
Oh,
that is done? Just give me an example. How do you preach?
okay. Oh, okay. First of all, you're gonna know who you are. Don't believe, right? You're gonna know and trust yourself, right? Now you have a thing called the mind. The mind is so powerful. So whatever the mind says to you, if your mind is there right now, Simon, and it said, come off the line, come off the line. So when we get started to obey and be disciplined to our own self, that's what you call the spirit.
So, speaking about the mind and obeying the mind, isn't that there is two way to the mind? As we were speaking about the messengers earlier, there is a good source and a bad source. The mind is a vital source, right? And I can say, put it this way: idea is a vehicle that traffic or thoughts to existence. So for it to exist, it have to be from an evaluation process, and it's actually operating from the source, which is the mind. Am I right or wrong?
You're right, so right.
Okay.
But let me
So what I'm
let me
saying
you want
now,
me to tell you the key
listen.
to that?
That's why. Rekindle. That's why listening to certain songs, we have to listen to the conscious one. Okay, the positive aspect, so we
But
can build our minds, which impacts our human development, because we
um
have a long way to go.
I would say to you though, I would say to you, you see what you speak of the two messengers, right? But what you must try and understand, one of the messengers gonna makes you uncomfortable, and one is gonna make you comfortable. So whatsoever comforted the mind
That's the
soothes
source.
the
That's
mind.
the source. That's the
That's
good
the
source.
source.
That's
That's
the
the
source.
source. Right? So there always gonna be two, but it
which
is to
which
make
which
the
henceforth we
right
call it the inner
choice.
man. Henceforth we call it the inner man.
Go.
The inner man speak is like God
Good.
speaking within the mind.
All
So
right. Good.
sometimes, all right, it's like having a meditation, being in a meditative session or a meditative momentum. We actually forget about everything else and meditating on God and ourselves. So we actually channeling different frequency of vibrations. Sometimes you can hum meditating, you can listen to music, you can be in a silent mode, but you have to go in a sense of, you know what I mean, peace of mind and calmness. So that meditation keep you relaxed. Okay? So
That's
that's
I
the
just
comfort and the relaxing.
yes. And look now, I'm gonna show you a simpler method, a more physical one. You just take off your shoes, put the right foot over the left foot and the left foot over the right foot. And you see how uncomfortable and how mismatched that is. You pull it off quickly and you fit it good. The way your foot feel comfortable in the shoes. Right? So a same way the mind work. Right? Same way the mind work. When I heard it, I go dance. And when I hear the song, gunshot in the head, boy drop dead and marrow upon tar, I just cannot feel comfortable.
No,
That is
because
not
actually,
relating
what's
to my spirit.
apparently at that moment, what's happening? You're imagining a lot of weird stuff, a lot of negative
Because
images.
that's what the mind is
That's the
supposed to.
imagination. All right,
Yeah,
I'll
what,
put it this way.
what, well, Anna, what if I were practicing more positive things so it could negate what the mind is telling me or what the song is telling me? You know what I would have done? I would do exactly what the song said.
My
But
brother.
that's why you must strive for more positivity, positive
Mm.
things, so that you can be empowered. That when the negative things coming your way, you have as much strength to withstand it and stood your ground.
I want to kind of bring back the conversation back to practical solutions to Jamaica. I want
Yes.
to tell you a thing. My prayer asks the Most High, what's going to happen to Jamaica? And I want to tell you, I'll just tell you straight out, right? In our term, say Jamaica done enough, forget it. Must pivot and go to Africa, him say. That is what him said to me. No, you think this are the moment, me pray and fast, and I love Jamaica, may I tell you. And when the Most High tell me that, I said, wow, we gone that far. Yeah, we gone that far. Not returning, brethren. And I tell you, say, I grieve and mourn over this thing. You know, it's like at one point, I want to really talk to the Most High, like how Abraham that talk to God when Lot did in Sodom and Gomorrah. And the Most High say, yo, not even if 30 there, you're gonna still destroy it. And Messiah said to him, say, yeah, if 30 there, then I'm not gonna destroy it. And him reason with the Most High, that's how I feel. But me I try for kind of say, boy, Jano, there must be a way we can really come back out and repent and come back out. But me I tell him, my brother, as I sit here today right now, the Most High said Jamaica done party. Now, when me hear that now, me I say, wow, man,
All
say me for
right,
pivot to Africa.
Mr.
Pivot to
Peters.
Africa. That's
As
where me
I
I
can
go.
say right now, the universe is unfolding just as it should. It's just a time. There's a time and a season for everything. What's happening in Jamaica right now, and based upon all of these, type of vision or so you're getting from the Most High, you know what I mean? It's just the unfolding of time.
Yeah,
The
but me I tell
universe
you,
is unfolding just as it should. So there's
indeed,
nothing to reverse it. It's just
absolutely.
going along that pace.
I agree, that's all. But I tell you, say, you know, it's like when you grow up all your life, you know, amongst the people, them, and, we have a faults. But at the end of the day, we love one another. And when you go in a prayer and ask God, what gonna happen to your country? And God said that to your about your country. He said, yes, your will be done. You understand? So I pivot at this. So me not tell a man if listen to me, I say. Every man have to work out them own salvation. Me I say to a man, say, pray hard, fast hard, and ask God what gonna happen to Jamaica. Me just I say to the host, what are we going to do, those who still believe that there's hope for Jamaica? What things we can do? I lay out
What
a
what we are
solution.
going to do is what we are going to do right now and keep doing it and keep going. That's the only thing we can do. Be positive,
Um, um,
and conscious
proper fix,
person.
proper fix. Be careful. We cannot continue like this. So we cannot keep doing what we are doing.
We are speaking about we on this forum. We're not speaking
We
about
on
the
this
negativity.
program because one,
We are
we got
messengers.
to hold on, proper fix. We have to. You see, like how we are talking now. We have to bring our words into action.
All
And
right,
I'm
put it
gonna
into
tell you,
context. Put it
eh?
into context. Listen this. I'm gonna
Yeah,
quote a chapter from Psalms 19. The heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament shew its handiworks. Day unto day uttered speech, night unto night showeth knowledge. There's no voice or language where there, is not heard. It go beyond from one circuit to the another circuit. So it actually connect from north, east, west, and south. And that's the good news. The good news. North, east, west, south. The good news of the Most High, the messengers, the angels, the sepharins, the chevrins, the legions, the Most High Almighty, forum. It's all in the Most High favor. We're blessed and we're highly favored by the Most High. So we must continue on a positive path, on a path of righteousness and focus, heading in the right direction so we can carry the good standard of moral and value and good virtue, throughout this generation, now and forevermore. So that's all we must do. Just continue keeping on doing good. You know what I mean? Just keep up the
thanks for
love.
the reputation. Thanks for the reputation of the words. Cause we already know that. Thanks for the reputation of the word. But what shape and form are we gonna use? Now we are here, right? We are here saying this. Now, while we have a group out there telling two man to get married, two woman to get married, we have a group out there saying you have to cut off one another throat, right? To sacrifice. You have another one that say you have to drink out a skull, blood, right? So while we know that, right? How then are we gonna let our message reaches them, right? Because at the end of the day, they are the one who is gonna be who is gonna doom because they don't as yet seen the light. It is our job that we now have the light to shine the light in their direction so they can follow because
Definitely.
they are in
Definitely.
darkness.
That's why you see, the people living in darkness, we have to enlighten them with the glow of light. We have to enlighten them with the light of the Most High, the messengers. Okay? As I referred to you before, I said to you before, the Sepharins, the Chevrins, the Caverins, all of those mighty, powerful angels of the living God. The living, and I repeat, the living God. Because you see, we must understand, living and be, acknowledging the Most High we have to acknowledge the Most High as the living God. He's not dead, but he's alive. So we are living right now, and we are living for life to continue on a great path, everlasting life, the good life. So that's all we want. The good life, no negativity, positive frequency.
I hear you, brother. I hear you. I want to tell you this, right? The last time I checked, right, we know Jamaica have the most church
Hmm.
per square mile. No, just think about that. Me I tell you, Jamaica, brethren, we do everything. We show preeminence in everything, even foolishness. You understand? My
All
question
right,
again.
all right.
How
Peters,
wait
all right,
a second, brother. Just wait a second. I want you to hear me out. Because if
yeah.
here my thing is this. You see, when you're in a Jamaica and I deal with the people day in, day out, right? It's a different vibration, than when you probably that they say overseas or some far country. When you're in a Jamaica amongst the people, I smell them breath, I smell the food and the vibes and everything, right? It's a different sanky that, brother. Your eyes have to peel. May I say, how me want to hear some solutions. And me I go tell you, me I give you one right now. One time, weird time, back time in a Michael Manley time. Michael Manley come up with me now turn to the leaders, but I like good ideas, whether it come from my enemy. Me
Yeah,
a
man.
good idea and you can
Mean that.
implement them effectively. Me will take it, brother. What may I say is the idea was that um Jamaicans living all over the world, right? Send back a stipend, not a fixed amount, just like say what you can afford, $10, $20, whatever, and have that back in the country for help people. So you have like a big fund where everybody send a little what them have, right? 220, whatever you can afford, into an account for the nation. Understand? I make we start this up. Me willing to do that. Anybody who have some money can do it. Why? Why we can't do something like that? Here's why. We don't start worry about transparency, embezzlement. These are the things that come to the fore. Mismanagement of the money and all of these things. Why? Why are these things still plaguing us? When I travel throughout Africa and I go and I see the ghettos them, it's like you say, but wait, this look like Jamaica. This look like a part of Jamaica. You're there in Nigeria, a certain square. You go at different places. You say to yourself, say, but wait, this look like back home to me. You go to Haiti and you see certain levity, and you say, my God, yes, I am. Why is it that we are finding ourselves in this type of situation? When I go to the European countries and I see how them live, I say, yo, Jano, what's going on here? What is going on? So, guys, me not want to chat too long because me is about action. Me not want to hear the talk in the bagat. What are we going to do to make Jamaica better? How? How can we do it? Me that like to hear how we can do it.
All that
Real quick.
people must do is seek the Most High and turn from them wicked ways. That's all. Because crime and
Reputation.
violence is a state of mind. That
Reputation
is the
of
mindset to change.
that's what he's saying, we've been saying that and Wapi kill pillow. So you need action to do that, right? Well, the bridging them who in a better position can join a chain link and whatsoever resources it takes to get the messages out there, right? Telling people to turn back to the Most High, right? Not helping situation. No, it needs action. As Simon said it. And
Here,
he mentioned about the most churches in Jamaica, right? And if the church were effective, Jamaica shouldn't be in this situation that it is in. Jamaican would have did easily go to the source and then tell them where the woman, where the person that were killed the 8-year-old, right? But the problem is the source that we ought to be using, they're demonizing it. So it's all about indoctrination and education. The people do not know the method. They do not know where they are from. They do not know what is their strength. They do not know who is their friend, and they do not know who is their enemy. Because of what? Indoctrination. So the dollar that the diaspora are gonna put together is to re-educate the people, especially the younger one that is coming up. That is where that resources must go to, in re-educating the people, the youths them, because they are the one who is vulnerable. They are the one who they are infiltrating their mind from an infant stage in the aquarium of their mind, colonizing them to destroy themselves.
Me agree. Education have to be a part of the solution. And that's
Yes,
for real. Education have to be a part of it. I don't know if you remember. I remember Jamaica when the value of a Jamaican dollar versus a US dollar was 2 to 1. 2 Jamaican dollars
yes.
to 1. I remember that was when my earliest recollection. I come in on myself as a youth and I say, okay, I'm a place in the world. And I say, yeah, $2 for 1. I don't know what it is now, 154 now, somewhere there to 1, right? Them thing there, my belly ache over them thing there, and we give up on that now. It got just get higher and higher till we in the pockets of the people them who owe money. All right, China in our country now, everybody, the whole brethren. When we look and see all the thing around, may I say say remember when as all you remember me have to speak frankly in a brethren. Me is a practical man and me not go around the corner. I
Me
want
no
to
want
tell
you
you.
hold back nothing, Simon, because me no hold back things when me no hold back things. Me
You
want you
see,
speak because me believe in solution.
yeah. Remember when I never know it's when me hear about like homosexuality at Jamaica. Me never witness them thing then. Me never see them thing there real time. Me just hear about them call it uncat man and all of them thing that them a tell me say stay away from the uncat man. Me never see two women kiss each other in them mouth and me never see them thing there. Me never see or not even hear say a man either kiss a woman on her private parts. Them thing there, me no know about them thing there, no, brother. And now, today, these things commonplace in a yard now. Big time. Little children, you know the crime. Me not fi itemize these things. This is where
Yeah,
we are now. This is the condition we are now. Witchcraft is rampant in Jamaica. The Bible talk about witchcraft. In the land of Israel, right? The Most High says, a witch do not suffer a witch to live. So my solution, you see, people who practice witchcraft and a tie people and a time, the penalty for that a straight unalivement. Somebody who takes somebody's life, a murderer, the penalty for that is straight unalivement. You understand? The confusion in the sexes is straight unalivement. A brother, This is what the Most I say, and at that we have to implement. You know something? I was reading the Bible the other day, right? And I tell you, I'm going to shut up after this now. Now, I read the Bible with you, and the Most I tell the children of Israel. Him say, so when they go into the land where me go now, when you plant on fruit trees, you go and make them, when you plant them, and them start to bear fruit. The first year, you don't eat nothing half of it. The second year, nothing. Third year, nothing. So the tree actually bear fruits, you know. But the Moses said we shouldn't eat the fruit the first year, the second year, the third year, nor the fourth year. He said the fifth year, you make it, you dedicate that year to him. Still not eating it. But the sixth year now, that is the time we can eat the fruits of the land. We have to go back to these old ways. You see, once we start to do that, everything in Jamaica go run under order. All of them hurricanes that will come and mash up the place and all of them things, them not come near it because we are people of the Most High. We have to go back to the old ways. We have to start to pray hard and make God raise up leaders amongst the Jamaicans to run the country and pray that those who are wicked, that God remove them through sin and sickness and death. Take them off of the earth, brother. All of the criminals, them. We pray for them people that God remove them off of the island. We need righteous people for real in Jamaica. We're done.
All right. And before I bring in Washi, let me just backtrack to a little of what you said. And when you asked me to explain, I said go back to the spirit that is the official intelligence, right? We need to get back there, right? And let these people stop telling us about robots and artificial intelligence that negates the spirit, the source, the energy, the number one energy, that we go straight to them, to that, and not an ideology of religions and politicians. Washi, your time.
Yes, my brother, much respect and much honor. We respect what the brother is saying, man, but
Yeah,
you see,
man.
we have to have a plan to get to our children, seeing because of them are the future, and everything we am saying are the children them are get to, and we the adult, cause we know better, seeing, and
Yeah.
we need a media so we can talk to the children them and try educate them and try teach them the real way, because when we figure our children forget smarter than us, is a system I get them more dumber, seeing, and why me don't know what to do or what to say, but we have to keep up the good work and we have to educate the children them, because them are the future, because this world, especially Jamaica, everything to the children them is negative, very negative. And the social, not just this social media, you know, I mean the media, everything them are encourage our kids them with is negative. The kids them be around 15, like it's like our them brain gone. And you suppose them kids are supposed to be more sophisticated than us, because them have way more information than us. But the information
What type of
is
information,
negativity.
Washi?
The thing is how we get to our children.
What
Type
type
of
of
information,
information been
for
filtered
example
down to
now.
them?
What kind of information filtered down to
Yeah,
them? Because,
yeah.
alright, for example now, we have a social media like TikTok. See, it originates from China. And in China, them use it to educate them children. And to us, it's more I get them garbage. That's what the man say, Simon, see, what
And
Simon
Peter.
has said, see, yeah, Simon St. Peter, yeah, but Simon St. Peter said, it is like, it's a curse upon our island. And we
No,
don't
like
know,
it is. It is.
It is a curse because right now it's like if them get to with children, all right then. For a black country like Jamaica, seeing a predominantly black, we should have advanced, we should not go back because growing up in a Jamaica and me travel the world, people look up to we and right now it's like nobody now look up to we because of being negativity.
As you
Seeing
say,
and
it's a
that
curse. Yeah, man. Washi is a curse and a spell them I use. A lot of, indoctrination of the spells. So that them I use and I get to the youngster them now still. You see it? That them I use and I get to them. Them
because
alright. What them doing? Them doing a graphic image and them thing, and them do it in a dancing and them in a choreography and all of them thing there, you see it? Because them have some song right now.
Like
Them a call it
cartoon.
Rifle War.
In the
No, we're not talking about
cartoons.
the cartoon. No, man, hold on. We are talking about our Jamaican aspect. We are talking about some song in a dance hall. Them a call it Rifle Walk and them have some little gunplay and roll and I just that them a show the youth them. You understand?
yes,
Violence.
all right now. When we are grow up, we have artists where we educate with, where we teach with stuff.
Yeah,
Now these
you talk about
artists,
positive messengers. I just
yes,
talked about earlier. Positive messengers.
are they?
No
Where
negative
are
thing.
they now? Where are they now? Where are the positive messenger now? Name one
Well,
artist
them
right
past life,
now.
them in the afterlife, Them in the afterlife.
All right, them still about, but it's no promotion for them. The
No, you are going
promotion,
now. The only way you can get back into them now, you have to tap in to feed them, knowledge. I guess
yeah,
now. Definitely.
because
All right. Tap into a Everton blender or tap into a Glen Washington or some old time song now and see the song will say EU seeks only for vanity for have no love for humanity shall
well,
fade away.
the kids them
All
are
them song
fade
there.
away. The kids them
Yeah,
are the
the rich is
fed.
getting richer every day and the liquor that the poor and should be taken away. And I
All right,
definitely that's a plan.
all right then now. Them have a thing now where, as where Simon St. Peter say, if a girl says she do certain thing, it's embarrassment back in the days. And something we wouldn't even talk about. And right now, them brawling with it. Everybody are talk about put them face between people leg. And that is not right and them are promote it. Just like the
Yeah.
artists them when we are come up in at the 2000, it's like them a promote the flag people because them a talk about them. You know hear Dennis Brown or Bob Marley sing about flag people. You know hear them artists they are promote them thing there. And right now the promotion is like your little daughter where you try educate. A man I tell you say she have to put her face between a man
And
leg
that
to
and that
satisfy him.
We are talking about now. We are talking about the 60s moral virtues and moral values of Jamaica with instant values. We are talking about D Brown. We are talking about the legend, Alton Ellis. We are talking about Bob Marley. We are talking about the real legend them. We really
Uh,
instant values in
and
the thoughts of the youths.
everybody
Yeah,
about greed, see? Because them man they not
definitely.
their own, them no want
Artist.
play them no more. As some little
Yeah.
fool we do some little nasty song, and them a
You
promote
know
to
the
our children.
Washi,
Yeah.
you know the number one song in Jamaica today is which one?
No really, no.
One that said, telling the young miss, beat your pum pum on the ground, beat your pussy on the ground, on the concrete.
Yeah. Then you know so the place stay now. Them never multiply again. The youth them we are going so if you check them out, them don't even have 2 children. So them not have nobody I want to look up to them.
Yeah. Eh?
Them thinks a life is free.
Washi,
Yeah.
Washi,
Yeah.
all that has been filtered down onto the younger generation today is destruction. But they package it.
Immorality and destruction. That's
Yes,
it.
yes. They
Immorality and
package it.
indoctrination. They indoctrinate the youngster
All
them
right,
minds.
hold
You
on.
know what I mean?
They,
Yeah.
they package it so discreetly, right? That if you're not someone who holds deep meditation, as Simon was saying, then you won't see the craftiness in it. So it pays us. Our first job here is to lay a foundation within ourselves, maintain certain discipline so we can be
Can instill
altering it.
values and attitude.
Yes. So we can be transparent, right? So we can get messages from our ancestors and can inform us. Somebody talk about the people them that used to name warners, so that we can get messages from our ancestors. This little girl then can't find out the killer. Now, if we were in tune as a nation and one accord, we would have learned long time who has done it. We wouldn't have to depend on a corrupted police force that has no transparency for them to investigate. We would have tapped into the spirit and knew exactly. You remember what had happened to Achan when in thief the utensils? Yeah?
Yes, the wedge of gold where him thief are hiding in camp.
Yes. Yeah, right? Right? No, those people were so in tuned that they take them out tribe by tribe, clan by family by family, and it was up on Achan's and Achan's family. Now, those are the things we ought to resort back to, and I'm gonna say it here: the authorities cannot use that methodology of the spirit because it would have exposed their dirty deeds. So they prefer to preach artificial intelligence more than the official. The artificial one can alter and cut and fix to suit them, but the official one cannot. What the spirit say, away it say. And what the spirit say, as sight go. Artificial intelligence can be altered. That's why they're pushing for it.
But listen to the word artificial. If it's artificial, it's not original.
No.
A fake.
Yes. And me I tell you, man, Jamaica on a stage where me never seen before. Me never see. You know, there's no upliftment in our island. Everything is just destruction. And we don't unite together as a people. Because right now, if you look for our island, it's almost the worst island in the Caribbean. The worst. And it's supposed to be the best.
Now let me add to what you just said right there, sir. I'll tell you something. You know, in a 2004, right? In a 2004, I'm up on the North Coast, right? And you can't really enjoy your vacation, you know. You know, me can't eat a good meal if me see a youth in front of me hungry and just not have nothing to eat. It's like my whole vibe mash up right now. I can't eat anymore because I see a little youth now hungry. But anyway, when I want to digress and go off, me up on the North Coast, right? Now 2004 this, right? And there was some upheaval going on in Haiti. There was something going on. And most of the people were leaving the island and come to Jamaica. I mean, I tell you, I say my own countryman, them I beat the Asian man, them and the brother. And I said, them don't want them, I say, enough to turn back in the boat, them. Because the man, them come on some drum and all of them thing there. I'm jumping and I said to myself, I say, wow, look at this. I tell the man, them say, yo, want to cool off, just cool off and make the man them come in at the place. Man, I tell me, say, boy, yeah, hear me now. If them come here, where we are going to eat? And I walk away from this incident and said to myself, say, boy, look at that. Look at this now. We own black brothers, them in a trouble. And them flee to come in a more stable environment. Right? And that's how we are treat them. I guess why I'm telling you this story is this. If you don't mind sharpening a virgin, we are going to fall just like Haiti. And it just get really crazy. My brother, we're going to have to unite. I agree with what you say, was education. That's going to be key. We're going to have to educate the population. Two, we're going to have to return to the old ways,
All
right?
right. All right. May I have
And
something to say? All right. Go ahead and finish.
yeah, we're going to have to return to the old ways. And we're going to have to pray and ask God to raise up leaders for lead we out of where we're there now. We're not going to get out in the bridge because the amount of money we owe the world governments them. We don't know how we are going to pay that off. But with God, everything is possible. But we in a situation where, boy, I tell you, say, we don't know how we are going to pay off this money we owe. We're going to have to sell out everything to the Chinese them. All of the wharf, the tourism are going to take over the place. The people them are going to stay more in the country, can't go up on the beaches them. Them are going to say, as I hear Muta Baruka say, landlock, that is the word we use. Them going to say, landlock the people them in the country and really can't do nothing. Brethren, it's time for we wake up now. We have to reach out to Haiti, but we have to stabilize ourselves first and then effect change throughout the Caribbean. We have to get together. The Europeans, them and brethren, are them have the artificial intelligence and brother. And them are going to implement them thing in your country. While we are trying to put food on the table, them money are spend money in a research and development. Them always ahead of
Eradicate
us.
the population.
Them always ahead of us. What are we going to do?
For real, man, to eradicate the population.
All right. All right. It starts from this. United we stand, divided we fall.
Divided we fall.
In Jamaica right now, we are divided. If you go upon TikTok and the social media and listen to the sister them are encourage the other sister them. You don't need no man, you don't need this, you don't need that. If you don't deal for each other as unity, we are going to happen. If the sister them can unite and say, listen me, respect for brother, respect for black brother, respect for Jamaican brother. Let's unite, let's build together. I never hear a white woman on TikTok saying no. Or in the social media, me no want no man, me no need no man. Why these black women continue doing this, especially Jamaican woman? You don't need this, you don't need that. Why we don't need each other? Oh, we are going to build a nation and an individual way instead of in a united way. Them do a survey one day and them say, well, the way Jamaica go on, the next 20 years, a be a lonely people are go there. And the sister them have a thing where them say, boy, you don't need no man, you don't need it. So you mean we don't need each other? We need each other to survive. We cannot live like this in Jamaica if it go fall in the future. If we don't unite together as a couple, as a people, all the generation are go build. If a woman a go come and say it's okay for date a woman, a man come it's okay for date a man. We are going to happen to the future of Jamaica. That's how it reads. Jamaica used to be a place if a woman come and say she like a woman, we put her down and say no, that is wrong. Now them a boots up them thing there. Me tell you say Jamaica gone to the dog. Me don't know where we have to do to save this country. Yeah. It's terrible. It's terrible, my brother. And boy, I don't know where I'm going. I don't know where
No,
I'm going.
okay, no, watch it. What
Yeah.
I don't like to do and do is, me not in the bag of talking, we have to do something now. You understand? We have to do something now. Remember, I've seen so many of these lives, even everywhere, especially in the African countries. Them. You know, you hear the leaders, them full of bugger talking. You know, one thing we can say about, we Jamaicans, we have to be honest with ourselves. We love to chat in a bridge, some big talking to in a brother. But when it's time for action, you can't find the man them in a brother. There's some big talking. And me don't want this to be an exercise where me just come here and vent and then me go about my life. Brethren, if we say the children are our future, right? We're going to have to put ideas and money and resources behind these ideas and resources. The problem is, and always has been, is who can you trust for manage these funds? Who? You know, I tell you something. You said high school, them, you have to bring back beatings in a high school in a virgin. Children forget them ass boss in a brother. If you're rude in a virgin, you have to get your ass boss. Yo, virgin, you have to have respect to elders, virgin. This mindset, this American mindset, where we see the children them in a Jamaica now behave now like them are American or European kids, where you can't lick them. And if you lick them, them sue the teacher and or them fight the teacher. All of them foolishness you go on, brother. The Bible says, spare not the rod and spoil the child. These old truths in the brethren, they are forever. Brethren, come on, man. Children forget them ass boss if them go to school and not behave righteous, brethren. If you're in a school and I go on a fool, you forget your ass beat, brother. You have to respect the teachers, them, my youth. Come on. Them love you and them are trying to put education in your head. If you want the type of European education, they're fine. Do phone it, but you have to respect your elders and the teachers, them. You have to respect law enforcement, right? You have to. Brethren, if you don't, the country is just going to implode, brother. What's I just me there with my talk.
My brethren, I hear you loud and clear. We need special schools for our children to go to. Right? Now, as we have a system here that if you try to educate your children, you have been penalized because they want these children to absorb the garbage that they are teaching them, the destructive medicine that they are giving them through education. Today, we are in a backward society, and I want to ask all three on my panel right now how much they respect the power of words. And I shouldn't even ask that question because my intelligence should tell me how spiritual we are. Right? So first thing we have to put in the purpose of words and the power of words. That is the first thing we got to teach our children, because even our teachers and now teachers who are teaching our children are teaching them the reverse way. One, they call them kids. How many of you have a goat going to school that you call them kids? We're talking about laying a foundation, right? How many of you get a kid? All of us get children. Why call the children them kids? And if we agree that the words take on flesh, why then we then are going to wonder why the children of today behave like animals,
Because the
like
promotion.
they're
Okay, go
senseless,
ahead.
right? And they are programmed to do the negative. Remember, lead up to lead the goat, drive you have to drive the goat and lead the sheep. And when you look at your child and I call him a kid, I drive, you have to drive them, because that is what we impose on them through the power of our tongue.
All
So
right.
that is where the education is needed.
All right. The promotion, when we see them give our children, if you notice, they are becoming a bunch of junkie. Them a promote all type of different type of sex and a promote alcohol. I never seen Jamaican young children drink so much in my life. And them promote alcohol is like it's something good. It's one of the most terrible drugs upon the earth. And then promote it. All right, for example, I go up a 9 Mile. And where Bob Marley bury, there's some people them come from. And them a keep a little thing and I see them have a quarter rump on the table. So I see some little children come around and me think a boom them a drink. Them a say a rum them a drink. So I say, oh no allow the children to drink rum. Boy, if them not drink the rum, you know, them not feel good, you know. I say, yeah, adult, and I go watch her little niece. I drink alcohol and she never 13-year old. Well, if them not drink, them now go study at school. Me say, yo, you know the destruction. It's like you give your pitney them some terrible thing for damage them brain.
The back
These
pain
al
mentality.
see
The things that
it's
will
so
get them drunk and say that good for them.
yes. And when me say, all right then, them young children there, I drink the alcohol, but when them look, them see them hero in a video with beer, alcohol, a drink, where you think of the promotion, them must send this for destroy our children and the government now do nothing about it. It's like him a promote it to kind of benefit from
I
it.
not like washing them a promote it. Them a promote it just like how you have certain place promote debt, right? Because if people not dead, certain place not make money,
All right. All right.
right?
When I say to people say, them it say, oh somebody they all type of drug. Me say, you know the most dangerous drugs on the planet and that them use to defeat the Native American is alcohol. Alcohol and a drugs, alcohol and a this. Me say, damn, if my people could understand knowledge and know this is a terrible drugs, it take over your body and one of the worst addiction and them are promote it to our children, it's like it's terrible because when them reach certain age, it deform them body. It make them can't even fertilize again. As a young lady, 14, 15, as a young man, 14, 15, I drink alcohol. By the time you reach 25, it destroy the whole of your body. You can't produce no more. So there our future stop right there, so. And this promotion of alcohol is very terrible. Very, very, very wicked to our people. And not just the children them alone. You look on the adult them. For example, you see a man and say him a Rasta man. Him have him locks and say him a Rasta man. Then when you look him drunk and act like a fool, where you teach the kids, the children them, my bad. Where you teach the children them that this drugs is okay? It's not okay. Alcohol is not okay. It's a terrible drug. And we need to put that on the forefront. It's terrible. It a go destroy our young generation. By the time them reach 40, them diabetic, them have all type of high blood pressure. And it a destroy them body. And we need to put that on the forefront too.
Yes, I agree. And not only alcohol, we know Mali, the uses of Mali is quite common in school. The uses of Mali quite also common. Also marijuana, right? So we not leave out and I wouldn't consider marijuana to be that demons as they said it is, right? But for them to bring in other drugs like coke and all of those things, they have to demonize marijuana.
All right then, sir. Look at it this way. Why you think so much accident happen in Jamaica? At the alcohol. The alcohol that cause these young people to go a party and I go 4 party and a drink
All right,
and I
Mali,
go.
all right, all right. Hold on, Washi. You see the alcohol we are talking about. Really and truly, the practice of alcohol, when you check out the word alcohol, and see what it really means. It really means something that possesses the spirit. It actually have demons in it. You get me? I say it have different in tune demons frequency. All right, what really going on now is that when you drink the alcohol, it break down the consciousness of your brain. It kind of, break down the antenna, if we fine tune and in tune to the most high, it kind of let in certain dark forces. So we really go on now, them lose focus, lose consciousness, and there's another spirit take over them body. That's why it also called a spirit. You get me, I say? Alcohol, when people drink alcohol and overdo it, and actually get intoxicated certain way, you see, say them lose control of themselves. Them lose themselves, them really be captured by another entity. That's why if you understand there's different entities, and the only way you can tap into them entity, you have to consume like certain portions, say drinking alcohol, or they, consume words also, because words have a lot to do with its spell. And they have a lot of spells and ritual in this world. You know what I mean?
Well, and the thing about it, them do have a rehab center. Them now promote the rehab center. We say we need help. We need help with it, and the country are
Because
go down the drain.
what
Because
it actually do, it attack the mind, the mental faculties. That's how it attack. You
it
understand?
at
So when
it
a person
at
drink and overdo it, something possess them higher. You know what I mean? Remember, say the bodies have chakra, you know, frequency, areas where in tune and channel to the upper element. You know what I mean? To the source. So once you
all right,
can get connected to the source, which are the most high, you got connected with different entities, demons. You get me? I say? So
all
that no,
right.
some people possess when them drink.
The when them drink the alcohol and them get addicted to it, them never have
Yeah.
time to put nutrient in them body. So we are going happen, we are going to put a strain on our society too. We have to deal with the medical system, have to deal with these alcoholic when them reach certain age.
Yeah.
Because you say you're young, and the best part of your physical aspect that in your life, when you're young, So when you destroy the body when it's young, when you get certain age, you don't have no help for yourself. You can't help yourself. And you're going to put a strain on the medical system, and them not teach you that. Them not teach the children that and say this is dangerous. It seems like a hype. The more you go to one party and the more the alcohol they on the table, it's like the bigger the person you is, and them not realize it a destroy you.
And when we say the source, the source is of doing the right thing at all time. And doing the right thing and the good thing at all time. We talk about goodness and you know what I mean? Forever lasting life. So we are talking about eternity. And living through in the word eternity meaning say we are gonna live a long period of time on earth. We are go through, the time travel, the time journey, and we are experience, we are learn a lot of things and we enjoy and full joy earth. Right now over there on earth, you have to enjoy
All
earth,
right,
and a full joy
all
earth,
right.
Yeah.
Hold on there now. Now that we know that alcohol is a part of the problem, yes, we have gone through all of the routines and to prove that alcohol is a part of the problem. Solutions.
Let me be the first.
Solutions.
Let
Solution.
me tell you the solution for the alcohol problem now in Jamaica, right?
Yes.
Alcohol. Most Israelite men, we ban all of that. We don't need no alcohol for catch a vibes or feel good. We get hype on the most high. And that's a my thing there. Anybody who want come into the country and bring alcohol and them thing they ban from the country, brethren. Brethren, we have to return back to the old ways. No real man of
Argument get
God. We are step up in our
argument get
life.
high.
Yeah, brother.
Simon,
Let me just
your
finish my information.
solution.
I tell you, me ban alcohol. Ray and nephew, all of the liquor distillery place there, we shut that down. Me no care what job that create. Me no need a job there. You dig what me I say? We need to promote more farming. Farming. Every house in a Jamaica for have a little
Well,
plot
if
of
you try,
garden.
if you, eh?
So, that's a way my thing there. Me in a nothing where I support foolishness and I
You just
support
do it,
All
drunkenness.
right,
And
all
wanton.
right. What says Simon? Was Simon speaking?
Yeah, you never hear me.
Oh. Yeah,
Oh,
that was
I saw.
Simon. Yeah.
All right. The proper fix. Let me hear you. So
Like him
Simon
gone with for
said,
a second.
"Oh, lockdown. Oh no, I saw the movements from proper fix thing. So I thought it was. I didn't know that was coming from Simon. Well done, Simon. I really in agreement with you on that. Washi, what's your fixes? What's your problem?
Same
Your
thing what
solution.
Simon said, and through education.
All of us say the same thing then. Right?
See? Alright.
Right?
Through
Right?
education and seriousness. Hold
I
back on
will
the
go a little
alcohol a little
further.
bit.
I will go a little further. The things that are not necessary must not be imported in the island. The things that are not necessary. For instance, the things that we can grow, right? Like the woman's hair that they import so much, that eating up so much of our resources on a yearly basis, right? And every human being can grow their hair using Jamaican product. The oil nut that makes the castor oil, the aloe vera that can help grow the hair, and other herbs that they can use. So we would have gone back to the olden days, right?
Alright.
And use all of those stuff. Can I go a little further? Some of
Yeah,
the
man.
things we should not import, right? We should not be importing any form of human penis in the form of a dildo. No artificial penis. Should the plastic should be coming on our shores, right? Every human being that were created with a penis, right? So you need not import penis. Can I go further? No body parts must import it down here, right? Those are the things soaking up all of our resources, right? And all that is going back to other nations. So it is of no beneficial to us, right? All those things I've done had brought down burdens on the health sector, right? The hospital,
And
they don't have bed, right? Can't afford bed, right? They want more hospital for sick people because even the intake of their food and drugs making them sick, right? And we are importing unnecessary things in our shores, right? So the things that really what to keep the resources here, it has been leaked through human insensitivity. Me I go shut up right there, so but we could have did go on and on.
alright. Do you know it cause a problem to the environment, all these fake here?
Of course, of course,
Alright. Because
of
it's
course.
not easy, the degradable in the system. So it cause, remember, them woman, When them buy a year for less than 5 days or a week, them want a new year. What them do with the old one? Throw it away. I mean, as a black woman, you don't need to look like a white woman to be attractive to me. You are born beautiful. You are born blessed. But it's a concept enough to say, well, why you hear ugly because through it nappy. The Father never create nothing ugly. Everything is created for a reason. See, you not have, I mean, you can't even trust the woman them now, because when you see them and say, girl, you look pretty, it's like, it's not the natural woman you say look beautiful. It's all fake. It's all fake beauty. And them feel them not look pretty because them not born a fake here. You are
Then
born
wash it.
beautiful.
Wash it. If when
Yeah,
you see them, you said, hi, beautiful, come here, sexy girl, what do you expect?
you are right.
Mhm. When they go and put on the paws buttocks, and you see her pass and said, big ass girl, you look sexy, you know. What do you expect? So
And
you
the
see what
thing
me
is,
tell you, say, education is the key. Because some of these men do
self-confident is
not
the
know
key.
sexiness.
Oh, God.
They do
All
not
right.
know who's sexy. They do not know who look good. Likewise, the female do not know a good partner or a good man. Right? This morning, I was making fun of them downtown. And I said, if I'm looking for a wife, I'm going behind the church to look for my wife. Me not going to church. Right? And if me look a piece of furniture, would I prefer go down a dump, go take up with the people them dash way. Because people are throwing away the good things and taking up the bad things. Choice making is Jamaican's problem.
Yes.
Choice. The choice they ought to make. They are just follow fashion. They just follow
Yes.
their one another, but mind their one another and want to show up on their one another. Right? We can do the same thing. Nobody want to be original. Right? So then that's why them good furniture and them boys don't dump. Just take them up and remodel them and have an everlasting piece of furniture in them house while them have plastic and glass. Right? And I see a thing happen to man and woman. A woman will go out there and take up this this man when a love front, but him have money. But because him have money, him get the choice. Him can satisfy her. But he got the nod because of the money. So they are making wrong choice. Money over man.
Money over morals. So that them gone.
Yes, yes. And that is where Jamaican gone wrong from the upper level, the upper class, right? From the prime minister or even start from the governor general are making wrong choices, right? From the time,
Uh,
from the time of 1962, when Buster and Manley go England to the Queen. Wrong choices were made because I know we don't independence as yet, but we bearing a fake independence. So this country is umbrellaed under fakeness. That's why everybody want to be fake
yes,
because that is
because
what umbrella does. Go
it,
ahead,
it, it
we
reached
shut up.
us it reached a stage where a young lady would said, I'd rather be a prostitute than talk to a man who can't take care of me. There's nothing wrong with you. You are physically healthy. You can take care of yourself. So it's like the pride gone. We lose our pride. And one thing, as we tell people, never give up your pride. Not because You's a female and you tell your daughter you rather live in a prostitution than find a good man where you can work together, build together. This is where our country gone to. Back then, a woman is it a really shame for even say she is that, and now them come out now the public. Me a prostitute and me not go give up my job because me not go there with no man I can't take care of me. Nothing wrong with the young lady. You go out there go work, even if you make even 5,000 a week and your man make 5,000, you still have no pride. But our people lose your pride, and once you lose your pride, you lose your moral, and that beat our country. The female them lose them pride. They
The
made that
male
do
too, not only
everything.
the female. The males too. The males too. If
Yes, they
you
are
if you
because
if you should say to her, if you should look at one of these youth and call them king, then cuss you. But call them dog and see if them no answer. And so, yes, me charge it. But call them a king, man. Them cuss you. How we are called
but
king?
but
You see me look like king?
but, but hold on
But
now.
never say, yo dog,
I
how will
well
you find heavenless, heaven deal?
well
Then say,
hold on
charge
now.
it around the say you're going on. Don't bother go
But
talk about you call them king, man.
hold on now. You can't call him king because hear this example. Me hear young man say him rather go to the prostitution shop, go buy prostitute every night more than have a woman because woman are this and that. Me say what? So you don't rather have a decent woman beside you where you can raise a family with you, rather raise your money from prostitute every night? Come on, young man, man. I win in our mentality for not think this way. What went wrong? You know, the guy there where a terrible thing happened to a mighty diamond. Him have a song where them not play that song. They say, where do we lose our identity? We are running around like a lonely sheep who lost his master along the way. And at that me say reach our island. We is like a sheep we lost our way because all you go say as a man, you would rather go sleep with prostitute every night instead of have a family, have a nice woman beside you. Come on, man. That's one thing I don't support. You can never catch me in a prostitution shop
Eh?
because I do not support that.
Well, on the Joshy, old and young man, I say that, brother. And not even man, I say it. The
All right.
girls are calling their sisters brother.
Well on there. You see nowadays, your family, you talk about the design of a family. You talk about nuclear to an extended family or so. Yes, family matters, but in the world nowadays, you hardly see a family structure. Now watch it now. Boom. You as a youngster get a female pregnant. You don't have the 100% surety chance to say, well, are you youth? I tell you. It's enough youngster go through some things right now. Because the morality, everything, the moral values, everything gone to the dogs, worldwide, and in Jamaica alone. But especially in Jamaica, in our country, the current condition we face right now. I think happened to me last year with a young lady. And I go reason it out. I mean, I tell her, say, at only faith and, strength and good health and good strength, and the true divine, most high, keep up I and I right now. For I never get mentally derailed or so. It's a young lady, and I have a relationship. And it happened like in a March, and I have sex and thing, and she claimed to say she get pregnant and thing. And me and mine are from March go right up until November. November she have baby, but me analyze something, say something wrong about the trajectory at the time, you know what I mean? When she have baby, so me I say, well, me I check out something. Me see when she have baby, guess what this young girl I go tell me for the 9 months, me a finance her and a support her right to the belly. At 2 away. And she don't know which one away. Unbelievable. Can you believe it? You know, say, you're there with a young lady for 9 months and up until she aga have baby. Cause you did a financial, you know, you work hard, I'm a double job, you know, I'm a production worker, you know what I mean? And me see to it that me maintain, you know, her well-being. And this young girl that go tell me, say, she don't know how she run away, or two away. But it's a plot. She actually live far from me beyond my parish in country. It's a long distance thing still. That's what it is now. Me not believe in a long distance relationship, no time at all. Based upon the experience that we go through with this young girl there in our country. Yeah man. Young girl I tell me say two away. And she don't know how she run away. Me I tell her say me a break. My mind almost shattered in pieces. And I couldn't believe it.
So
But
tell
she
me
want
how
to
it
faith
end up.
and carry on still. Eh?
Tell me how it end up. What
Or it end up,
what is it? How
it
it
end up
is
that,
now?
or it end up, me leave her to time. Me leave her to our mind, you know, conscience.
Hold on, hold on. So the second person get the ownership of the child. She give it to the second person.
So it seems, you know, the last half, me I learned that based upon my analyzement. Because I analyze and I go through, you know, because when she have baby, I never did at the hospital to sign a paper. And she claimed to say, well, I fear her last name there on the paper. But when she show up in my area now, close to fear her mother dwelling, she come her mother yard now, you know. Come you know, showcase baby and thing, you know. Yeah, I show them baby and thing, and me I tell her, say them wicked. Tell her the truth, man. Honestly, me I tell her the truth, you're some wicked.
I want to hear the truth on yourself. Cause something no sound add up here to me. I
Some wicked
want tell
and
me the truth.
devious. No can check out me right through the pregnancy, man. That's the truth about it.
And the truth about it, that you never employ much knowledge. I gather that woman looks rob you of your duty of really um, checking out who the person is first before you amalgamate your sperm with her. Right?
Me never talk to two ear.
Yeah.
Wow, that's
But
a
what
So
she
when
have
I,
done,
that,
well on there. What she have done there, she have evaluate both of you, and the one with the stronger spending ability gonna get the nod over the other. Right? The one with the stronger, not necessarily the right man, or is the man that really do the job, but the one that she believe have the power of money, that's the one she's gonna stuck to. And you said you leave her to time. If then
all
it
right. Me want
is
to say something about that
so,
when you
well, I'll never
finish.
finish, soon
well,
finish.
well,
Yeah.
hold
If
on, let me
it is
consider. Me
so,
never finish. Me never finish. That's why it is nowadays. Enough youngster or enough man nowadays now really no settle down thing. Me tell you something, man. Right now. I believe so well, love start from within thyself, you know, man. You evaluate yourself, love yourself, and try. Just always have that kindness the same way. You change it by yourself because of that now. Some people change that by spell, you know, because that's what people do them change them kindness. But me not change my kindness. But at the end of the day, still, based upon 100% is to push out and go out there and try to find relationship to settle on, you know. Not like that. No exist no more. I tell you.
all
If
right,
I
leave
Especially
the
exist,
other rest
if
them.
Jamaica.
I,
Leave the other rest them. Talk about this one. Did you see any red flags within the 2 years that you were going on with this young lady? Did you
no,
see
sir.
any disloyalty, any sign of disloyalty? Has she have to tell
Yeah.
you? Don't has she tell you?
Well, based upon all things stay, you know, because my smartness and my intelligence now, my analyzation, I get that certain information for find out what really I want. You know?
Oh, you learn from the red flags, from the hints that you have
Mm-hmm.
seen.
Yes. Mm, that's right.
Oh, 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 you have
That's
to
why
pay.
nowadays, that's why nowadays, may I tell you the truth, honestly, it's hard to find a young lady to settle on it right now in that country.
I'm
But
happy that I'm
most of
happy
them
that
young
you say
lady,
hard and did that say you can't.
it's
I'm
hard.
happy
It's hard.
that you
Yes,
say
man, it's
it's
hard, man.
hard
Because watch it
because
now,
hold
enough
on,
of them are
hold
call
on,
themselves
hold on, sir,
Barbie,
hold
Dolly,
on,
and
sir,
whatever. And them
hold
just have
on,
one.
man,
No,
hold
but me I
on, hold on,
continue for the part.
hold on. May I tell you something? You've been teaching the Bible ever since you come here on this program, right? Right?
Definitely.
Yes. So you must know about seek and you will find, right? So it
But I
is
guess you're
not,
coming back again with seek,
it
but
is
it's
not
hard to
that.
find a decent young lady to settle on with. It's hard to find.
Oh, oh, hold on.
All right,
So
when
you,
we go back into the facts right now, the reality. You have one young girl right now. I deal with all 5 different men in a several different locations, different parishes also. It can be the same or different parishes. The thing is this, because of social media, when you have your girl, no one thing I say, well, are your girl where are a special girl where you have an ownership over her. You just in a share it mode. Because she gonna have some content on TikTok or some content on some social media site where she look attractive to some other man and them a go like her, like up her thing. Follow and share and whatever. So them a share it all over. The second one thing that them social media cause this thing to happen. Back in the days, the true way of life, we have a girl and me and her live a yard and settle on with. It taught me that she can't get no connection with the outer realms, no extraterrestrial. You call it now, the
I agree
terrestrial,
with you, you
you
know.
call it
I
outer.
don't agree with you, you
Huh?
know. I'm going to tell you straight, so I don't agree with you. Not
With what?
because I don't know your age group, and I don't know how many relationship you had gone into. But I don't think it would be appropriate for you to take that one girl fact and try everybody.
No.
Yeah,
Listen,
that's what you're doing.
Titus,
Hey,
Titus,
can
listen,
I
listen.
say something
Hold on,
about
hold
that?
on, hold on, hold on, hold on. We are talking about based, me talk based off of experience. I've
Yeah.
been in the streets and see how these young lady operate. May I tell you, I've been to a
Him
party
right.
even Sunday. Hold on, been to a party even Sunday night. I see this one young lady. She look nice and attractive, nice, decent thickers. A multiple amount of them, but it's that a special one. Them, I tell you, man. The party's like a dance and a thing, a whole heap of different something going on. Me I tell you. She just a walk around, and every vehicle she go to. A man of her a stop light post there. A man of her a mango tree there. One of her the garage.
All right.
And that's so she
All
just a go
right.
round.
All right. For the
Hold on,
benefit of
listen up,
time, don't tell us
listen up,
everything.
listen up.
But let me ask you a question now.
What we want really, highlight is that about 85% of them gone that way there, for real. In a real
Now,
life.
all right.
No joke.
When we want to ask you
So
to
it's like
do for
ask, we
me,
can find the 15% out there
what
now.
she soon come in? When we want to get from this young man, yeah, when him say about the girl a while ago, describe her to me. She look like a Barbie doll.
Yeah man, and it doesn't quite know the Barbie. A Barbie.
Just answer my question, them man. She
Yes.
bleach,
Yeah man.
look like a Barbie.
Yeah man.
Have on fuzz here. Have on us here.
Venomous.
All right.
Alright, my
So
brother, I
the
want to say something
first
about
thing,
that.
hold on, man. Everybody will get them time, man. Right? The first thing you should look at from someone has on false things that they did not born with, they did not created with. that has to come from within them. To put on the false ear, the false eyelash, to bleach the skin has to come from within them. So from you see them like that, don't look for an angel in them. If you looking for an angel in them, then it's you lacking something because their
Me never,
identity of
hold on there.
fakeness.
Titus, me never said the girl who made a deal
Yes,
with is like that, you know. I'm telling about the one just previously at this party, you know, a
that's
dance
the one
like, you
I'm
know what I mean?
talking about. That's the same one I'm talking about.
So what me I say, I'm just stating that based upon how they're operating, there is no settle down thing nowadays, no settle down mode. If you
All
notice
right,
on
all
TikTok,
right. Let me hear
if you
washing
notice
out.
on
Give
TikTok,
wash your child.
if, if you notice on
Adam.
TikTok, there's a lot of contents with girls shaking their rumpers. They're just advertising the
All right.
attractiveness to others. You know what I mean?
Adam.
So your
Adam.
wife depend that she going to an next man and I want him DM her, you know. You understand?
Proper
Inbox
fix.
her also, you know, this right there, you know, number WhatsApp, connection, them link, them have a date, you don't
All
know where
right.
that.
Let me hear what wash up is say on that.
Adam, proper fix. Where proper fix I say, him right in a sense. Them not for be Barbie. Them not for be pretty. For example, me I go use this lady here. She have around 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, around 6 kids. Alright? She not look like no Barbie. To me, when me see somebody like she, me that say she probably look like a dopehead. So she find a nice man where work, him's a security guard. Him work at a supermarket, he make sure bring home everything. And that crazy looking, me nah put down nobody, but she's not a very beautiful woman. She have around 3 man pan that the man there and the man just get her a baby and people are wonder if the man baby. When the man gone to work, she have 3 more little madman a come round. These women in Jamaica, them don't stable. I don't care if them big like a moon, I mean a cow. Me no want disrespect nobody. Them coulda big like a cow, them coulda ugly like a whale. They are not loyal no more in Jamaica. For example, me can sleep with 3 different women every night. And them live with them man.
For real.
Saying these
For real.
women
I
are
got them a
not
do man, I
the
share it them a play,
loyalty
man.
not dead
Them a
them in
share it.
Jamaica no more.
Mm?
It no matter how them look. Cause sometimes I see some woman with some man a run down, me say, them woman couldn't even turn me on. But yet still, you have a man a work hard for them and them have 3 more little madman behind them like a them clown. We the man
Definitely.
too, sometime, where we have to look and say, if you have your man and you deal with your man, so how you that deal with me and you're not a hot girl. The other, for example, me have a friend. The other night, me see her so somewhere. And she and her ex, she and one of her lover par, them gone in a car together. Me not say nothing to her. So I think the night before, me have a friend, she come see me. We sit down, our friend a play domino. She come, they want start excitement and me have to look and say, where you think me is? Me I go date you while you have somebody else. Me no work like that. Me I know them fool man there. These are all them act. Them no loyal no more. No care how you think them a Barbie or them a Zutopek. There's no loyalty no more.
All right,
There is
washing.
none in a Jamaica.
Question
Yeah.
time. Question time, washing. So you don't feel no loyal woman in Jamaica again?
Listen, Ticy
85%
Puss, me
of them
just
is
answer
not
a while
loyal.
ago.
Washing.
Hold on there. Wash it,
Washing.
hold on there. Me just
Yeah.
answer a while ago. Me tell the brethren say 85%. Me know why I say
And
85%.
washing me ask me get your answer already, man. Washing me ask.
85% of them is not loyal. A few me know loyal. Few.
All right, good.
Few.
So it is not here to say there is none. That's why I have to send proper fix to seek. Right? It is your ability, your duty to seek and
All
search
right.
and find
Ticy
your
Puss.
fix.
Listen. What y'all look for now? What y'all seek for now? Y'all seek for a person with proper personality. You understand? A person who you can have, you know,
And
great
I
chemistry with.
contradict what me I tell you, say, search. If I don't contradict you, contradict me. Then make sense we have this conversation because I would have just stupidness. Clanging, I just chat with I love chat. If you
No,
said
but
85%, there are 15% out there. It's not gonna be easy to find it. But you
it's
need
not.
to go out there and find the right person. Don't put down every woman.
So hold
No,
on.
we
It's not
not put
Listen up,
them
possible.
down,
listen up, listen up.
We not put them down, my brother. But may I
No,
tell you this.
wrong guy said the
It's
source,
easier to find.
the right source where you have to deal with fear and just at the same way you want to see them deal with you. That means one hand can't clap, the two want to just deal with the thing on a compatible level. And that may I talk about compatibility. Compatibility being
You have to find somebody to talk about
balance.
compatibility. If you don't find the person, you cannot talk about compatibility. You will never know if the person is compatible. Right? And you will have to seek and find that person. Then, as the king, you have that person around you. And you started to worm around. Right? Psychologically, spiritually, and all the color you can think of. Right? Watch her, look for the red flags, because she may be doing it in you and you don't
First
know.
thing, first
Right?
thing, first thing first. You find a person with respect. A person will show it interest. So that's the love I gonna make. Because it a gonna be whether on a romantical or on a, just a physical or whatever. The thing I will take off on a higher height. When you say, yo, inside a good personality and the person that work together in a togetherness. And that we don't have nowadays. The unity, unity out.
Don't
You
say
know,
we
let
don't have
people,
it. So you must say that is hard to find.
All right.
Don't say we don't have it.
Do you realize the foreign woman
Don't,
them a
because you
come
already said 85%. Then what to the 15?
15? The 15 of them already settled down. Them 15% already settled down and the
15%.
85% already settled down. Come I tell you this. A woman
Eh?
overseas after come and save Jamaican man. These women are not for example, me have a friend. She a 50-year-old. She turned 51. Beautiful lady. Me and her hang out all the time. A friend of mine. And we are talk about relationship. I know she look for me and say, even if me and her get together, me have to accept even if our ex come pick her up and them go, me have to accept that. And me I say, no, me cannot accept that. Reality, most Jamaican man have to find a good woman, them have to get them overseas. I don't know what go on with the sister them. Them loyalty not dead. Them feel cheating is fun. Them feel if we have 3-4 months and when the baby born, them are consider who are the father. And it's like we accept it. We now look upon them and make them feel bad no more about that. It's like, yes, I saw it
What should me
happen.
be? Me just believe say the man them with due respect, we just believe that the man them not approaching the woman them properly. Now, when I say approach,
No, no.
well, on man, let me finish. They are not using the proper methodology to to decide on if they are going to in relationship with this person. I just believe they are not utilizing the spirit, right?
Mm,
They are using most what they I see and their emotions. They are not using the spirit because the spirit must able to tell you whether this person is genuine or not,
all right. You
right?
ever hear about a thing named scamming? A woman it come to you like she genuine and she has scam you for years and you don't know it because you really kind of believe her and she say, hey, just like where the brother say him go through for 2 years, him feel like him alone, him give her the respect and say, all right then, yes, we are going to start a life, we are going to have a kids together and when she get what she want and she feels, say, all right now, me get enough for time, me I go tell him the truth, say, I'm not feeling pitney. That's all going on is scamming. You know, all right. Me have
Me,
this young lady
me,
when me
me have,
used to talk to. See?
me must pick up a red flag within that 2 years. Jashi, Washi. Me must
Hey,
see
hey,
a
hey,
red
hey,
flag.
Titicus,
Me must see
Titicus,
a signal.
Titicus, if you have
Yeah.
understanding still, and a must, there's a must. And a must nothing. It's a learning experience you have got you will learn. You
Okay,
know,
that sound better. That sound better.
listen, but hold on, listen,
So
man,
so
listen,
then
listen,
so
listen.
so then if you agree that it's a learning experience, it is not fair for you to say no good woman are there in a Jamaica.
Titicus, listen, man, listen.
Yeah?
We have to understand, them girl nowadays skill with them craft,
I know.
them
So
canoe game.
you as the
Well,
king
I'm
must slick
Titicus,
her.
Titicus,
You
Titicus.
as the king must slick her. You must stay on top of your game and remain a king. It is stated that you she were made from one of your ribs, whether
All right,
falsehood or that. So
all right.
you must stay on top
All
of
right, all
things.
right. Listen. What me do?
Yes.
Me cut her my losses because that young lady was a crosses, and it was like only liabilities, no assets. So liabilities is that long term, you know what I mean? Short term thing. That's it. Once you cut liabilities, you cut off every expense, every expenditure, no spending, no supported, nothing at all. Nil, zero. That's it. You live your life. You
All right.
learn all of them things. How you are go behave because I said going on. Because of certain people behavior, you have to change your attitude towards them. That's it. As been said before, we as human beings, we are creatures of habits. We do the same thing over and over again, but it's a learning process. We just try to do the better, not for the worse, just for the better. So if we can really do the best of our ability and just know so well, we try to live beyond the symptoms or beyond the strategies and transgression that we go through. It's an everyday life situation to be above ground. And a word for the wise is always sufficient.
All
I'd
right.
like to
So it's
ask you
always
something.
put it up.
Papa Fix. You the question me want to ask you, right? And even everybody on the panel. The question is why women are behaving the way they are behaving. What causes a woman to behave the way they're behaving? Could it be
Yes.
um, how we are behaving? Where I want to know which man have just keep one woman. Which man in my time, even when I was a young man, I grew up. My father have several women on the side with my mother. Was that right? Is that from a
No.
biblical perspective? What if my father had just kept my mother alone and live righteous in the earth and stop looking for
Well,
another man?
well, your father, that's the part where your father project. The part of me, the project of me and that young lady have a family together, a nuclear family, until we can extend it to a extended family. And it don't work out. That are the part where me, the project, this is the father
Simon,
project done.
I want to answer Simon when you finish. Because him come up with a good point. Simon,
Mm-hmm.
me is guilty of that. See? Very much guilty. I was a womanizer right through. It cost me my relationship, it cost everything. I mean, me have my child mother live with, and me get her next girl pregnant. Hey, me make that pass. Then me have this nice China lady. We have 3 kids together. And the amount of time I cheat on her, me can't count. So sometimes we to be blamed too. And right now, we have to come to ourselves and say, oh, we can't find the solution. Because me not go blame them. We make them be like that. We make
That
them
is
be
right.
like that.
No, that is exactly right. Let me tell you, women, for the most part, they look to the men for leadership.
Yes.
And what happened, especially in my father, when me I grew up as a youth, it was fashionable to have more than one woman. It was considered a donna or whatever them want to call it, right?
A
Yes.
girl.
But,
Gallus.
but this behavior was despicable and it is
It
sinful.
and it backfire.
That's right. You cannot behave like that. If you're
You are right.
faithful to one woman, stay faithful to her. Be
If
kind.
you Yeah, if you
Be
not
honest.
come to agreement and say, all right then, we want to have an open relationship and she okay with it. But if the woman look for you and say no, she would not accept that. We have to show
All right,
respect. And
all
you are
right.
so
You know
right
you
about
call that.
that.
You know you call that a man like Solomon with multiple amount of wife. Polygamy, right? Polygamy, and that
Yeah.
practice in Africa and other Caribbean countries, right? It even practice in the Americas and even England and Europe and all of these places. Polygamy, a man have all 7 wives, and 3 of them
Listen,
are living at the household with him.
yeah, but hold on a second, Papa
How?
Fix. We have to
Hold on,
understand
hold
something
on.
here.
Could I come in with a
Come on.
question there?
Go ahead, brother.
What is the universal law on that then? What does the universe teaches? Because
Okay.
you name out. So what does the universe teach? Because
Okay.
there's a universal law, you know.
Okay. My constitution come from the holy scriptures. I so me order my life after the scriptures. Everything is around
Yeah,
the scriptures. I not didn't take up
yes.
the Bible and say, "Oh, me I gotta believe in it." You know, I had to prove it. I had to read it, and if the claims that the Bible make, I had to prove it and see if it's true, and I did, and the Bible is proven true. Here is the order of the Bible: one man, one wife. That's it. Adam and Eve. That's it. That's it.
How Solomon end up with so much? How David end up with so much?
I'm going to answer that. Those
Okay.
things that David did
So I just
was
hold
a
on, I just Adam and Eve. That's it. So I'm to Horus and Osiris.
no. Stop it, brother. Just wait a second.
May
I
make him
don't want.
explain. Make him explain.
Yeah. So let me just say this. Um, the host Tychicus said, "What about David and what about Solomon?" I'm going to address that. The Bible says that's a God now. God said, "Listen to no man should multiply themselves, wife unto themselves." It was a strict command by God. David still break that and go do what him want do. And you see what happened to David.
What
Let me
happened to
remind you
him?
what happened to David. Remember Uriah, him soldier, when I'm good soldier, him
Mm-hmm.
have sex with that man wife and breed her,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Mm-hmm.
And then
Mm-hmm.
what David do after that, just look at all of the wickedness of David I go on with. David then send the
Mm-hmm.
man in a battle to kill the man, and the man dead, just to cover the
Mm-hmm.
pregnancy. Just this is because a man take on a next man woman, you know. This is where it happen. You see
Mm-hmm.
the machinations will come behind that. Just stick to one wife. Let's
Mm-hmm.
address Solomon. Solomon had
Don't give
Me
me the
have
700.
whole
adultery
Bible.
and
Because
fornication
you have
from them
quite a
time,
few
you
more.
know.
Hold
You
on.
call them thing the
Papa
adultery
Fix,
and
you have
fornication from them
quite
time
a
there.
few more. Yeah, hear me now. How did he get Abigail? What was the punishment for getting Abigail?
Okay, with the
You know how
situation
he
with
get
Abigail,
Abigail?
I'm going to tell yes, I know, brother. I'm a student of the Bible, brother.
Mm-hmm.
Let's address Abigail. Now, Abigail,
Mm-hmm.
um,
How did he get it?
this, yeah, this woman here, no, she'd have a man where now move to righteous. He never like David.
Naaman.
David,
Naaman. Nabal. Nabal.
yeah, neighbor, yeah. You know the story. So what happened was David and them soldier them hungry one day. But just I repeat the story
Mm-hmm.
because people are listen to me. Me you probably know the story. But for those who don't know the story, me I gotta sketch them up. Right?
Yeah, no, well, we don't really want you to go through the story. We want you to just tell them how
Get to the
he
point. Yeah.
was punished.
Uh, Yeah.
If he was
So
punished for taking Abigail from Nabal.
yeah, yes, of course he was punished because you see
No,
the no, I'm gonna tell you,
he
no,
was
wait, brother.
blessed even more.
No, brother. Just hold on. Just make it go piece by piece. Because we see how David end up. You see how David kingdom end up. The kingdom was divided after him dead, right? And Israel split, the northern tribe and the southern tribe. These are all of the actions them what him doing. Remember what God said to David said, Brethren, I don't want you build my temple. Your son go and build my temple. And the reason why you not going to build my temple, because there's too much blood upon your hands. And that's what the Most High said to David. But we're straying away from the main issue, and that is having multiple wives. One wife,
Mm-hmm.
one husband. Keep it simple like that, you'd have no problem. Those who commit adultery, those who look at another man's wife to lust after her, right? And try to do some secret
So
hanky
why did
panky
God
in the
kill
dark.
Nabal? Why did God kill Nabal for David to get Abigail? Remember
You,
how
you, you,
God made the son stroke him and kill him, you know? You
remember,
don't remember that?
David was brother. Brother. Say I'm a student of the Bible ticket course. Listen, me just tell it, cause you say you never want me to tell the whole story, but it's shorten it up, right? Now you are asking me questions now, right? Here the thing with neighbor. God anointed David as a prophet and as a king over Israel, even before he was king. So when he was hungry at the time and I come through the field and Nabal and him tell Nabal, say, yo, listen, my man, them a look some food for eat because we're hungry. Nabal cuss him out and say, oh, I don't know no David and I don't know who this is David and all of this nonsense. I saw him and then now, I saw him go get killed and move out of the way because this is a prophet of God. And Nabal's wife, him treat David men them and say, hear me. My husband kind of, him don't know what I do. Him kind, I saw him go off when him angry. But see some food and thing. And David like what she do. You understand me? And then Nabal get moved up because David never respect the prophet of God. But I want to go to the to Solomon with the 700 wife. What the Bible say happened to Solomon? The Bible said that Solomon's wives took away his heart from the true and living God because Solomon loved strange women. And that was what happened to Solomon. Solomon never make it in my brother. As much as I want to believe, so Solomon make it. Him never make it. The woman them when used to when love 700 wives and 300 side pieces. What do you think we have?
Concubines.
Come on. Yeah, come on, man. One wife, one husband. You're good to go. Keep your
All
eye
right.
socket in your head.
All right,
I just,
Simon, me want to
I
say
know
something
the
about that
people
when you
want to
finish.
wade in on the conversation, but somebody's talk about concubine. What were the purpose of the concubine?
Okay, the
Sidekick.
concubine. No, let me
Sidekick them.
explain. No, well, let me explain the concubine under the cultural aspect of Israel. Now, when a king have a concubine, right? She have to meet certain qualifications. She have to extremely beautiful, right? And the extremely beautiful one, them Solomon take. Once you is a concubine to the king, your family guaranteed food and shelter and security. So this is the reason concubine um want to deal with Solomon. And when Solomon pick as a king, nobody not gonna refuse it. But this wasn't a practice ordained by God or sanctioned by God. This is what him do for himself. And you see what the result was. In a them thing, the brother, one wife, one husband.
All right. The concubines, they were come to help us. The king did not want to
Servants.
take,
Servants.
hold
Servants.
on,
Servants. Yeah.
yeah, their bonononos, Scarlet, then their bonononos wife into the desert in fighting war. But men, the king, need, that's how sex is important, you know. The female balance to be effective, right? So that's how the concubines were useful. Because they did not, the women were not supposed to be this rough life. Like you see, women now, the garbage truck and a flash matter. Those women were just to comfort their kings when they come home. So in order to maintain that level of energy, right, they had to take a concubine with them in the desert. And that is how you saw the coloring of the hair. And people, young ladies are practicing it and do not know the color. You see some with red hair, green hair, that is to show their clans. For instance, if David was from the Ku Klux clan, put it that way, and when they saw the red hair concubine, they would have known that David would have known that that is the one I have to take by the coloring of the hair, right? So that's
Typical.
how you see these ladies started
Hold
to
on.
color them ear, you know.
Alright,
No.
I want to say something. I want to say something. When I'm not
Go ahead.
finished. You know, go
Go
ahead.
ahead.
But I want to say something
Okay. Tychicus,
towards
what I'm saying.
Simon.
Yeah. Okay, brother. Tychicus, understand. I understand Israelite culture. No women go to war with Israelite men. None. Only men from 20 years old and over is
The
eligible for war.
concubines them weren't women.
No,
I no wives go to war. No
no, no,
wives.
no. Okay. Could you show me then, Tychicus, an example in
Hmm?
the Bible where a concubine was in war?
Hmm? No, there were. Could I show? So where the concubine would have been useful? Is in the war. Is in the
No,
desert.
no, Tychicus, brother Tychicus, what I don't want to do, right, is to come with my ideas. I want you to show me, if you can, a verse in the Bible that supports concubine being in war with the Israelite men. You won't find it, brother. You won't find it. No concubine or wives
Mo,
were
Ale,
allowed to go.
I want to say something before you no go deep in
No,
the
no, no,
biblical
no,
situation. I want to
remember,
say something. It's not long.
yeah, go
I
ahead.
want to say
Go
something
ahead.
real short before
Yes,
you
but what
reach
I'm
to the biblical point.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, brother, is these stories came up because I wanted to address the issue of why women behave the way they do and faithful women and faithful men. That's what the aspect of it I wanted to address. I don't really want to get into the
All right,
whole
all right.
argument of
Uh,
faithful woman and why.
All right. We got enough. So let Washi comes in and let me hear what you have to say.
All right,
all right.
Tychicus, a word
The
to the wise
Simon
is
I said, seeing,
a
and
word
we
to
have
the
to
wise is
respect.
always sufficient. So watch it now, no. Right now,
Hold
my
on.
time to go. You know,
Washi
my
is on
time
the
to go.
floor. Washi is on the floor.
Look now, man, say my
After
time to
you.
go. I'm going right now. So give thanks again, to
One
the
love.
the audience. And a word to the wise is always sufficient, Blessed.
One love, one love,
All right,
brother.
You
bless me,
follow me,
brother. Bless me,
prophets?
brother. Bless me.
Please to us a follow before you go.
All
Yes, sir.
right. When Simon
Prophet.
I said, seeing, all right. When Simon I said, it's like this. Those people have their way of life. We live in a society now. If me can go to a lady and said, me I go be faithful to you, and she said she I go be faithful to me. See? We make an agreement, but yet still I still break our trust and I go out there go deal with other woman. In other religion like Muslim, you can't have plenty wife. If the woman agree with you going out there have other woman, it's okay. But sometimes we as man go to a woman and we say, no, you're my baby mother, you're my wife, and you alone me I go be with. Then yet still me go out there and me go behind her back and me do things that mean me unfaithful to her. So sometimes as a man, if we go to a woman, cause me guilty of being a womanizer. And be real, if me know what me know now, and my first relationship, I'd be loyal to that woman, cause that woman was loyal to me. But me betray her. See? And the thing with Simon I come with is be like, well, if you want to live a wild life, don't look for a woman and say you're going to be faithful, but yet still you're out there. Solomon wife upset him with all the other wives and the other concubine. See, sometimes we have to know the person where we are deal with. Because even my last baby mother, when me meet her, this girl from, she Asian. She look for me and say, if you are going to be faithful to me, me are going to be faithful to you. And I say, yeah, me are going to do that. But yet still, I was a womanizer and it cost me my family and my 3 children. And me have to blame no one but myself. So as him say, him is a man choose to be with one woman and them woman respect that and them have a happy family. So sometimes we go around and say, yes, we want to be loyal to a woman and still be a womanizer. So sometimes a person's life is different from a other person's life. So sometimes we have to be blamed for the thing that we hurt the female them with. And that's why them a react like that and say, oh, me for trust man. when this man has say, I gotta be faithful to me, and when you look him gone off with other woman. So we have to blame ourselves. So if we want to have a situation where we have them sister yeah, be faithful, we as man have to go start show that too. If them want in a relationship where you have other wife and them accept it, you talk to them at first in the relationship and you agree. If you want to have plenty woman or them want to have other man and you okay with it. But if the woman said, I just see an hour alone, well, make we work the way there and we betray enough of them trust. So when Simon I say, I kind of understand where I say, he's not the biblical person, you know, but I understand the religion. The Muslim, it's okay to have many wives. But in some Christian doctrination, you have to have one woman and the woman have one man. So we betray them too. That's why I figure the sister them act like that. So that me have to say.
Like how you say some religion. So we say, what did the universe say about that?
Well, the universe, you know, you have to deal with the individual where you deal with, you know, because if you with a woman and she involved in the universe and say, well, for your universe tell her, so for your man, for your plenty woman, well, you can't go with that. You're not compatible, Papa, on that point. But if you reach one of the universe and say, for your universe spiritual, tell her, say, she want a man who just focus on she alone, well, are you to decide where you want to, if you want she alone or you want the other person will deal with multiple partners. So I just how me see.
All right. Yeah, I want to leave it. You want to leave it at that.
Yes,
Wash
yes,
it
yes, yes,
and go on to that argument is a never-ending argument, you know. And I don't know why I choose to have it with proper fix, but it's an argument that I don't, because of the different doctrines that out there, religious doctrines that out there. People comprehended the Bible in different ways, right?
yes,
One
yes.
said the same story, different ways. So I choose not to have those conversations with people. Sometimes people will hear see me on the live and me not say nothing, right? As if I knew nothing, right? But that just
Yeah.
says that there's some conversation that I just not going to get deep in. You know, I don't know how I got so deep with proper fix.
Oh,
Yeah.
I want to say something to the host, right?
Yeah,
Tychicus, this name is in the Bible, you know. This
Tychicus.
probably
It's
you probably have
Tychicus.
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 Okay,
Mm.
all right. I apologize, brother. You know what? I want to ask you a very important question now,
Yeah.
right? I'm an elder now, right? And I guess me and you are the same age group. I'm going to say
Mm-hmm.
that, right? Now, we don't have much left years on the earth. In the next 70 years, you and I won't be here.
Mm-hmm.
My question to you is this. What preparations are you making in the event, right? I'm talking on a spiritual aspect now.
Mm-hmm.
If you were to die, God forbid, tonight, tomorrow, right?
Mm-hmm.
What preparations are you making here to secure your life in the hereafter?
As the same preparation that the universe teaches.
Oh, okay, so expand on that for me. I want to get.
Righteousness.
Okay.
You prepare
So,
yourself
mhm,
to obedience
yeah.
to nature.
Okay.
Once you're obedient to nature, then you're on the right pathway. But you have people who want you to be obedient to their religion.
Mm. Okay. No, but
But I choose to obey nature.
nature. Okay. All right. So you answer my question. That is what you are doing, right? I'm going to tell you what I have done, and I'm just sharing it because since I asked you the question, I think I should at least let you know my position, what I'm doing, right? I'm a student of the Bible, and I believe in God, the God of the Bible. And I've tested the Bible to see if this God that the Bible speaks about is true. And the result and answer I got was an emphatic yes. So, with that said, all my life and everything is around the scriptures, is around it. I believe that there's an hereafter coming, right? And I have to do good works here on the planet. I have to follow the Messiah, right? Who died on the cross for my sins. I believe in him and I put my trust in him. I keep his commandments, I keep his feasts, days that he commanded me in the scriptures to keep, and I keep my eyes fixed on him. My life, I live righteous every day. I'm not trying to promote myself as some self-righteous person. I'm just being honest and transparent here. I live a righteous life before God because I want to please my Creator. I want him to know I thank him for making me in his image, and I want him to be proud of me. That's how I conduct my life, and that's how I'm going to live my life, and I raise my children in the same way. So that's my position, Tychicus. All right?
Sounding good. Sounding good. Except to say, I want to ask you a question. As you said, you are a student of the Bible, and the resounding yes you got when you asked if the Bible is true. So let us look at a few little things here. It is stated in the Bible that it was written by inspired man. You can prove that to me?
Yeah, I can prove that the Bible is inspired. Again, the very words in the scriptures, right? When I apply them to my life, they
Okay.
work. Understand? Love God with all your heart, all your mind. Love your neighbor as yourself. Don't steal. Don't commit. All of these principles.
And you can go with some deeper one too. Because
Yeah.
I have tried them and still them work. Right?
And they see how they have shaped my life and how they have influenced my life. I'm a better person because of it. All right? When I read the Bible is prophetic. It speaks of things before they happen. And I'm seeing these things manifesting themselves now on the planet. But put that to the side. When I read the Bible front to back, right? I said to myself, okay, this book is really good. But now it's not enough. I want more. If this book is real, I want to see a physical manifestation of my Creator. That was what my challenge was. I spoke and I said, God, listen, if you wrote this book, I want to see some clear sign to let me know that this book was inspired by you and that you put your spirit in men to write parts of these books. I don't want to bore you. I don't want to give a big, long testimony. What I'm
No,
sharing
man.
here,
Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
yes, what I'm sharing here is what happened to me. And what happened to me changed my life forever. And so when I prayed that prayer to God, so I wanted to see a physical manifestation of him for me go any further, right? And I prayed that prayer in 2010. In 2012, I became very sick. And when I say sick, sick as a result of my promiscuous behavior. and how I was carrying on in the world. I hear my brother Washi spoke of his sexual prowess, and I challenge brother Washi. I challenge brother Washi. I don't think brother Washi, and I'm not bragging here, but I too was a womanizer and carry on like this. But it led me to a point where I became very sick, and I went to all the doctors to get some kind of assistance as far as to get me well, and it didn't happen. I was deteriorating quite fast. I left. I was down. My bottom weight was 125 pounds. I don't want to give a long testimony, but long story short, what happened was I cried out to God during that moment. I said, Father, I came to your understanding in 2010, and now 2012, I'm in trouble. And now is the time for you to really manifest yourself to me now and heal me from what is happening to me now. And as soon as I prayed that prayer, the whole room lit up like this was a dream. The whole room just became full of light. And when I was outside of my body, so I'm saying to myself, it looked like I'm dead. No, I'm a scientist in my guy. I'm a scientist. I believe in evidence and proof. And what was happening to me, I could not explain it scientifically, that is. Right? And I'm looking around the room and I saw myself sitting on the couch. And behind me was a being. And the being that was behind me was just emanating light. It's as if like this person looked um, like the sun. But the light that was coming from the person were like rainbow colors, multiple colors, right? And I knew right then and there that this was the Messiah. I just knew that right then and there. This is me. And he put his hand on my head. So I'm outside of my body watching what is happening. What I'm explaining to you here now is just, I don't know how to explain it as far as to say this was just a supernatural experience here. And he put his hand, the being put his hand on my head. And then that moment, I knew I was healed from the illness that I had. I went to the doctor the next, I had an appointment that week. I went and they did all the tests again. And needless to say, they were shocked. Right? And that was a manifestation that happened to me. And once that happened to me, I was never the same person again. Now I live my life for Christ. Now, all that is on my mind is to live holy, preach the gospel, encourage my countrymen and people all over the world. Put God first place in your life. Yahushua, the Messiah, is real. This is the only way for salvation. So that's my story, Tychicus. And that's why I'm the way I am today. I'm a changed man.
Well
Any
said.
person, this last here, any person who has met the Messiah is never the same. I'm not the same person no more, Tychicus. I can't go back now.
I met him. I met the Messiah 2005. And I am not the same person.
Hallelujah
As we
to that.
bring in Sherman. Good morning, Sherman. Faith is a substance, an unseen things. So being being faithful to someone or anything, it takes discipline to do so. So there are times that people lack the discipline
If
and
me can
being
say something when you
unfaithful.
finish.
Yeah. And there are times it is just the habit of someone to be unfaithful. You know?
Yeah, me want to say
Just
something when you
so
finish,
that
Bo
person
Doctor.
stay just to be unfaithful. Sometimes people unfaithful and don't even realize that they are unfaithful. Just watch it.
Yeah, when I was growing up as a young man, being a womanizer, I think it was kind of okay. I think it was the norm. Till when I become an adult and talking back to the people them that I hurt, and I realize how much I hurt them. Me have to say to myself, whoa, I never know me that hurt you that much. Me never realize it. I think it was just a game. It's like, okay, then me have you, you're my woman, you're there the host, just relax. Me come in whenever time me want come in. Me do what me want do. Just do your job as a woman. Just take care of me. But me out there with plenty other woman. And the benefit from that is nothing. It's garbage. Me going to hurt the person them that really love me and that I should have spent more time with. Because the time me out there I spend time with some people that don't even care for me. It's just the entertainment and the person me really care and have my back more than anybody else. Me forsake them. And me have my son them and me raise with them. Them said, Daddy, you get soft. Me said, no, follow me. Look at you. Most of you are from different mom. And if you go to your mother and ask them how much I hurt them, you would have really have something against me. But me, I go tell you this as a father. Do not follow my footsteps. Get married. Be loyal to your wife. If you have children with her, be loyal to that woman. Because it's not benefit for out there with multiple women. No, it's not good. And I would beg for forgiveness to all them females that are hurt that way. And I tell them I'm sorry. You know what I'm saying? And I really mean it from the bottom of my heart. If I could do it over again, I wouldn't be that womanizer. Because it didn't benefit me nothing. There's nothing I benefit from that. Yeah.
Ankesh, hold on. We are having a little difficulty in hearing you. Could you a little closer to the mic?
Yeah, I can
Yes,
hear
a
you
little bit.
perfectly. Yes, yes, yes.
Sherman, hold up one second. Brother Sherman, hold up one second. They keep saying in the comment that
They
they
are
can't hear you.
complaining.
So what I would suggest is just drop and let him come back up. Yeah.
You know what? Sorry I have to leave you guys. I got things to do early in the morning. That was a brilliant conversation. Much respect, much love, much understanding. Blessing my brother, man. Y'all have a good night or morning, whatever y'all had in the world. Respect my brother. Much love.
All right. Peace and love. Much love, brother.
Yeah,
Take
man.
care.
Respect Washe.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm trying to get back.
Yeah, bring him back up. I'm gonna hang out with you another 30 minutes. I'm still working right now as I'm speaking to you right now.
Oh, I'm not seeing. I'm not seeing him coming up. Not seeing Sherman at all. Send
Yeah,
back
well, I
the
guess.
request, Sherman. Send back the request.
How much longer are you going to go, brother?
I am well. It depends on how interesting the conversation gets. But honestly, there's something that I wanted. Okay, here he is. Uh, I did want to go a little in depth with you about, but let Sherman comes back
Sure.
and finish his topic, and within
Oh, yeah, sure. Right. Yeah.
yes,
Yeah, as I was saying, can you? Is that better?
I'm hearing you. I don't know about those in the chat. Tell us, how are you receiving
Yeah,
Sherman? Yes, it's
yeah. Okay.
positive. Yes.
Ah, that's brilliant. Yeah, we have to be intentionally teaching our young men. You know, this thing about dress and the things that we even laugh at. If you go back when we had our girlfriends and we were on the road and we had another girl on the road, people said, "Big up, man. Go on, man. Yeah, do good. Yeah, man. You know, see how Sherman I control how much woman in my control. I have everything under law." And people, as men, we laughed with each other about these things. As parents, some parents, they allow their children to bring multiple girlfriends home because it's the son. And I just believe that some of these practices that we as black people laugh at, some of the practices when somebody said to me the other day, is that all we can do is wind up ourselves? And some of these practices where, you know, we are laughing at culturally, we are laughing at them culturally because people just think this is just how it is. As long as we are laughing at it, we are accepting it. And if we accept everything, then we will get what we accept. And so, for me personally, I have to be intentionally telling people that some of the things that we laugh about, some of the disgusting things that we see, we have to speak, be a people who speak and say, listen, that may happen out there, but that will not happen with my people. That will not happen in my family. And I am very intentional with my sons. I have 3 sons and 3 daughters. And I
Can you
am
give us a few examples, Sherman?
of, okay, so you know when you see a young child and the young child's dancing to a music and the young child starts to wind up its waist and then the people take a picture and put it on the thing and everyone says, oh, they're so cute. Are they the same cuteness when they're doing that at 14, 15 and having a boyfriend at 12, 13, 14? Is that still so cute? So we have the examples of the just the attitude of your son can bring home a girl today and another girl next week, without the father saying anything to the son, sitting down and having the conversation with the son and saying, son, as Washi was saying, how he hurt people in life because of his behavior. And we as men, we are all guilty of the same thing. I am guilty of the same thing. You know, I had a girl and she wanted to marry. I didn't want to marry. We had a baby. Do you know what that girl did? She took that baby at 6 weeks old because I wouldn't marry her. I was 19. I was 20 years old, 19, 20. She took that child, and she brought it into my house and she said, you wanted a child, here's your child. And I was fortunate that I had a strong family around me, and my mom and my dad and everybody. And I was a single parent at the age of 19, 20 years old. So we all know but do you know what? My brothers laughed at things I was doing. They never corrected me. And I'm the youngest of 6. And my brothers are 10 years older than me. And they never corrected me. Why? Because they were living that same life. Now, my father didn't live that life. My father and mother were married from young, and they came to England and they were married, and I never heard, anything else. They were just married until they're dead. I am just fortunate, and I always tell people, I am just fortunate that one day I made that decision to follow Christ. And I found a girl, and I married her within 1 year. And for the next 20 years, this year is going to be 20, 22, 23 years, I am able to say, this is my wife. I'm a faithful husband. And I have a faithful wife. But it's a decision. But we are the legacy, what we need to leave as a people in our communities is that you have to make that conscious decision to walk right. And
Yes.
as you said, nature, we are humans, that is part of the nature, and we are responsible for one another. How we treat one another, we are responsible, because we will have a time we will have to pay for that. There
Of
is a
course.
time.
What goes around comes around. What goes around comes around. Although I never married.
Mm-hmm.
4 children, three different women.
Mm-hmm.
I never married. And I've been living by myself for the past 23 years.
Wow.
Just like this. Right? And I never been lonely because I use the Almighty One. I always find that I have company in heaven. The Almighty, the Spirit of God, always around me. So I said that to say this. The Bible speaks of 2 different marriages.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
When Christ were questioned by the Pharisees about marriage, Matthew 19, he said, in the beginning, no, it was about divorce, but you have to marry to divorce. So he was
Mm-hmm.
answering the same, the 2 questions at once. He said, in the beginning, it weren't so. He said, because of the hardening of your heart, Moses has to bring in this type of marriage. We call it the big stick. The big stick, which is the law. Right? But in the beginning, he said, take unto yourself a woman and call her your wife. Now, no big stick attached to that. But men feel that they are at liberty to do whatsoever they want to do because there is no big stick. So Moses said, all right, then I'm going to get the law to control you,
Mm-hmm.
to muzzle you, right? That you don't do as you have a mind.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So that's how the ceremonial and we call the other one the material
Mm-hmm.
marriage. Because a lot of people take the ring, they look at the ring and not the commitment,
Mm-hmm.
right? They think that it is the ring that marries them. And the pastor that they had gone before married them. They are the one who do the merging, and it has to be done from within.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Any ring are within your own mindset that I will never be unfaithful unto Jessica. Right? I will never, as long as life lasts. And all when Pauline come in her impy skimpy and in her that Jessica is my choice. And that's
Mm-hmm.
how you get your blessings.
Man.
When you are faithful, have the discipline.
Mm-hmm.
I remember in
Well, sorry, Taji.
2006,
Sorry, I want to come in there. But how do we as men get that discipline? Because you spoke about how in the early days, the big stick had to come.
yes, the big stick, discipline them in the. That's why Moses have to bring in that, right? But the men
Today. What about today? How do we
today,
discipline? How do we
today,
discipline today? Because
mm,
it is good to look back, but how do we? Because we are elders, so we understand what really discipline means. But
yes,
the young men of today, how do we show them, teach them that discipline? Because one thing I always say is that we have to be practical in something that we want to show and or we want to convey with our young people. How does a man today learn discipline? That's what I want you to say. That's the
good,
question to you. How does a
good,
young man today learn
good.
discipline?
Discipline comes through self-control and determination. Self-control and determination, right? To
Okay, can
know,
I stop you there? Can I stop you?
yeah,
What does self-control look like?
what does self-control look like?
Yes. What does it look like?
Pretty,
Come on, man. We're gonna
pretty when you can, pretty when you can. It is so pretty when you can look over there and you saw Marcia's nice, nice, creamy looking legs and her sexy underwear, and you can go and lie beside Marcia all night long, and you don't trouble Marcia. That's discipline. Each time you look at Marcia, Marcia belongs to Sherman. I'm not going to trouble Sherman's property. That's the discipline. Today, bragging and greed. Am I right there? Bragging.
Mhm,
Yeah, bragging is one.
mhm,
Yeah, bragging overpowers mankind. Boastfulness, right?
mhm.
Competition, right? I can, I can, I can outdo Sir Sherman, and I'm going to use the power that I have within me to outdo Sherman. If the woman is like Sherman, then John would lost the race.
Mm-hmm.
If the female said no, I am for sure man, and no matter what, him said no. There's nothing that can separate me from the love of God, right? So nothing can allow Sherman you to come between Sherman's property. The woman have to have that self-control as well.
Mm-hmm. So what we're seeing then, and I don't know whether you agree, is young men who haven't been brought up, or we're having a society, not just young men. Let's not just speak. We have a society of people who have no discipline right now.
They
They
weren't
don't even
taught
know
discipline.
they don't even know how to spell the word discipline. They don't even know.
They,
And why I ask you to convey what it looks like is because I hear people talk about this and I speak about it. But I want to draw a picture today for the 13 people that are here with us of what the self-discipline looks like. But now I want to challenge my brother Simon to bring the fruits of being disciplined. What is the fruits of a disciplined life?
Again, my whole life is around the constitution of the scriptures. He said, I'm led by the scriptures. Having met the Messiah, I know how to conduct myself, right? I now reflect the image of Christ. This is how I order my life. If, when it comes to woman tempting me, that is non-existent because I'm always focused. My mindset is like this. If I was to die now, would I be ready? Would the Messiah be proud to see me? All the work and the body of work I left behind, right?
Mm-hmm.
I want to know if he was pleased with it. So going forward in my daily life, everything I do must be checked, rechecked, double checked, triple checked to make sure it meets the approval of my master, which is the Messiah. I have met the Messiah. My life has changed completely. I now look through a lens and a reality that is outside of the scope of this world. I'm not trying to sound poetic or trying to sound philosophical. I'm telling you what I'm experiencing and how I go about my life. I understand what it is when you die. I understand the whole purpose of Christ. I understand the realities of hell, and I understand the realities of the paradise promised to us. I've seen these realities, and that came through my complete devotion, dedication to God. And I live in that bubble. I'm not going outside of it.
But what are the blessings? Was the question. What are the blessings to live that disciplined life? Because if you're living according to the word of God, we become disciplined. But there's in that discipline, there is a blessing. What are the blessings of living that disciplined life? Is what we have the opportunity, and one of the reasons why I use the app. There are 15 people listening to us. So we have the opportunity to convey a message to those 15 people, yes, of the gospel, but also of the benefits and the blessings of that disciplined life that you're
Okay.
speaking about.
Yes. Well, my answer answered the question, and I'm going to say it again. And here it is: the blessing of living the way how I live. The ultimate blessing would be eternal life with God. That's all I'm working and I'm doing and I'm focusing on. This world, it's just meaningless to me now as I go through my daily routine. I don't think
But
you understand the levels.
yeah,
I
but
want you
fine.
to understand.
I totally understand you. But if other people, I have to convey a message of hope for those who are here today. And, you know,
Are you frozen, brother? Look like he's frozen, host.
Yes, yes.
Probably his phone is dead or something. If he can still hear us, just take him out the box and he'll come back up. Yeah, I think what the brother was asking, right? The blessings. Tychicus, I tell you, man, I am so hyper focused on what I'm experiencing and how my life is going.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to change course. I'm steadfast in what I'm doing. Any advice I would give to those who are listening to me would be this: whether you're 10 years old or 100 years old, put God first place in your life. Love Him above all else. Those of you who are looking for a wife, ask God for a wife, and He will give a wife to you. And if you're a woman looking for a husband, ask God to give you a husband. And you who are asking, make sure you put God above everything you love, and you'll be fine. That would
Good
be my
word.
advice.
Good word. But do you think that God wants every man to have a wife?
No, the Messiah even say there are some men who are born eunuchs. They're born that way. It's not every man wants a wife. Some men just don't have the disposition or the inclination for the affections of a woman. For those men who feel like this, again, goes back to put God above all else in your life. Dedicate yourself to God, and you'll be fine. I'm locked in, Tychicus. Once you meet the Messiah, you can. What happened to me is like my whole brain is rewired. I I see things for what they are now. The material things, they don't fascinate me anymore now. And I'm not. I'm still. I'm 5'8", right? And I'm still active. I'm not like some weak. I don't feel that way. I feel like I'm right now. I feel like I'm in my, let's say, late 30s. That's how I feel, health wise. I can still run a mile, right? About 15 minutes now. Take me like about 15 minutes to run, and that's not good. I could still swim 200 yards. I'm still active, man. I don't feel like I'm old. I don't feel like I'm old at all. And my, I'm just happy, man. I'm happy. Where I am in my life now, I'm happy.
Simon, I goes around, welcome back, Sherman. I goes around
Yeah.
with this brand, the happiest man on planet Earth. This is me. and,
Give John.
and it is my greatest pleasure in making people happy.
Yes.
So
Yes.
that is the reason why I was awarded with this opportunity that I can have this live here with you, right?
Yes.
Because
Yes.
of the joy I bring to people,
Mhm.
right?
Yes.
So you
Yeah.
can continue with Sherman, as you got
No,
frozen there.
yeah. My internet just, I don't know what happened to my internet just now. No, it's, I always think to myself, it's an opportunity, as you said, and it's a blessing for us to share in not just in our faith, but to share real life experiences with those who are listening to us, that they may gain an understanding of the benefits of living a disciplined life. But I always want to draw that picture of what it looks like, how it feels, what are the benefits? Because I can tell my son, look, it is good to be married. It is good to have one woman. But then he might look and say, Dad, what are the benefits of it? Now, I want to be able to clearly explain to him what the benefits are of living a disciplined life, how it looks like, how it conveys how you change people's lives by you yourself living a disciplined life. Because we always have to remember, the first person that you actually lead is yourself before you lead anybody else. I will tell you, just watch you and speak to you and say, okay, let me see how you're operating. Because the first person you're going to lead is yourself. You can lead yourself to hope, or you can lead yourself to destruction. That is up to you.
That's
And
why
on the sorry,
that's
go
why
ahead.
you fast and discipline yourself, knowing that don't fast when my food in your fridge. That's you won't get the discipline.
You're just hungry.
Fast when you have all the things around you, the things you love
Mhm.
around you. That's when you fast. Right? So you yourself, you discipline yourself first. You trust yourself first.
Mhm.
Right?
Mhm.
You confident yourself first
Mhm.
in all things.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Well,
That.
brother,
Go ahead,
no,
son.
I'm sorry, brother Sherman. Again, your children, your sons, if you're going to, if you're worried about, you know, an example, leaving an example for your sons,
Mhm.
or any advice you want to give your sons,
Mhm.
my example is you. Be that example. My sons see how I live. I have three sons.
Mhm.
They see how I conduct myself,
Mhm.
how I treat their mom.
Mhm.
I don't tell lies. I do not. I'm just a strict, loving father.
Mhm.
I do not put up with any kind of nonsense. Um, all of my advice and all of my rules are around the scriptures. That is
Mhm.
what order my life.
Mhm.
Brother Sherman and Brother Tychicus, I cannot fully explain to you how I order my life because I know what the realities are. Now, you might say, okay, fine, take you for Sherman. Let's say you are a wealthy person, right?
Mhm.
And you have led a wonderful life here and you raised a wonderful family. You left an example that was exemplary, and your sons and the legacy you left back here, a lot of people are proud of you.
Mhm.
But after you pass, it was found out that you were uh, a serial rapist,
Mhm. Mhm.
right?
Mhm.
After you pass, you now you're in the hereafter because I believe that. What then? What then? It is important for us to live a holy and righteous life now.
Mhm.
So you set that example for everybody to see. Your reputation is above reproach.
Mhm.
This is what I'm striving for.
Mhm.
So
Mhm.
if I pass, once I go there, I can't wait to see my master. This
Mhm.
is the legacy I want to leave behind. My children must say, my dad was a strict father. He
Mhm.
loved God above all else.
Mhm.
And that's I want to be on my tombstone, if you will. That's
Wow.
it.
Wow. Mhm. Mhm. You see, as I said to you, and we were talking. My oldest son is 35. Yeah, 35, 36. My oldest son, and I don't have any children for my wife. But one thing I am is a disciplined and strict father. I always have been, because I had them when I was young and I grew up in a family that had discipline. So if you talk about discipline and reality, a young man came to date my daughter, just to go out with my daughter. And this is the person that I am. And people say to me all the time, but you don't live in this reality. And I said, no, I don't live in this reality. So I came, and this is, they've been married for, I think, 5 years. Yeah, 5 years. Yeah, he came and he said, and he came. He brought his mum and his dad. That's how disciplined I am. He brought his mum and his dad, and they said, "Can we take you to church? Come to our church." I said, "Oh, no problem." I went. They took us out for a meal, and asked if he could date my daughter, just to date her. He said, "Mr. Joyce, I know there's 2 years difference between them. and at the time she was 17. Yeah, and he came back about 2 years later and asked me if he could engage his daughter. He asked me for a meeting actually at my house, and I said to him, I'm going to be at work, and I called my wife and said, I'm not going to make it today. She said, you need to come home now. He said he's here with his family, his mum, his dad, his sister. When I came home, he asked me if he could marry her. This is my discipline. I asked him one question. He said, no, he asked me if he could engage her. I said, when's the wedding? He said, well, she wants to go to university and this and that, and we don't have any money. I said to him, I give you 1 year and the money is not your problem. Within 1.5 years, they were married. I don't play. I don't play with my investments. My children know that they cannot walk in this house with a different partner. I don't play with engagements. I don't play with this long thing, because everything around me has to be structured and disciplined, because otherwise we can't function as a people if we're not living that disciplined life. And people would look at you and say, it is not reality. But to live in the disciplined life is where you receive the blessings. And if your father says yes to you, then guess what? Your daddy has to back you. So my youngest daughter just bought a house. I went, looked, I said yes. Guess what? If she gets in trouble, I have to back her. That's what,
Mm-hmm.
and that is what it is to be disciplined. That your children come to you, they seek your advice, you say yes to them, then you have to back them. If daddy says no and you decide to go as a lone wolf when you're in trouble, daddy's not going to back you. And this is the life. This is the blessings of a father. This is a fatherly role that we all play, and that we need to be
I
teaching
think the
our sons.
blessings of a family line, they
Mm-hmm.
said a family that prays together, stay together. That's why
Mm-hmm.
it is very important, you know. Um, they have the family support behind them. A lot
Mm-hmm.
of people, a lot of young people do not have the support of their parents.
Yeah. Yeah.
Henceforth, they they will go astray. Now, what I do on a daily basis, I try to channel them as I try to utilize um, the presence of my gray hair.
Mm-hmm.
You know, then
Mm-hmm.
I'm here many decades, a couple of decades before them, and I would have tried certain road. So I try to be an example
Mm-hmm.
to every single soul that I saw out there, especially if they're younger than me. And I try to encourage them. It
Mm-hmm.
hurts me so badly to see the young people giving away their lives, giving away their freedoms, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
Mm-hmm.
I knew clearly that this generation, present generation, born from 2000,
Mm-hmm.
are grossly misled and lack of true love. And when you lack love, you lack it all.
Mm-hmm.
When you lack love, you cares about nobody. You respect nobody,
Mm-hmm.
right? When we look at the 8-year-old and how someone, oh, you may not know what happening in Jamaica, don't know which part of the world you are, but in Jamaica,
Mm-hmm.
they could slit a 8-year-old throat,
Yeah.
right? You can see the lack of respect for life there.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And that could only be done by someone who does know love,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
true love.
Mm-hmm.
And so those are some of the things we have to interface with. And I try to use myself now as an example. Sometimes a bit comedic
Mm-hmm.
because Jamaica.
Mm-hmm.
listen to nonsense more than sense.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
We have a problem in their making, in choice making. They're
Mm-hmm.
always choosing the wrong thing. And for you to get them choose the right thing, probably you have to put it into a cartoon
Mm-hmm.
for them to make the right choice.
Mm-hmm.
That's why you look at our attendance board.
Mm-hmm.
We are talking something very useful and meaningful
Mm-hmm.
to the society
Mm-hmm.
in a way. We package it in a way
Mm-hmm.
that they call boring.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You understand? So
Yeah.
you wouldn't say this attendance board going up to 200, 500.
Mm-hmm.
No, because of the things we are speaking about. If you want this attendance board to rise, then you can talk the things that they want to hear.
But I also believe that, you know, I'm not worrying about the many. I am worrying about the few because I only need to touch a few.
Yes, yes,
I only
yes.
need to touch. I always say I only need to touch one acorn, because as he grows into the oak tree, is many trees will come off of that one. So, I'm not worried about, that. And there are many people searching for this, for these conversations,
Come
but
on,
they
stay.
just miss it through, well, like we would say the Holy Spirit, we would say timing, because timing is everything. But we want to be changed. We are change makers. And we also, as elders, have to take responsibility for the generation that's coming before us.
Exactly.
Where
But
our
I'm gonna
father,
say this though. I'm tempted to say this though. One of the drawback in people coming forward is the confusion of religions.
yeah, mm-hmm, yeah, mm-hmm,
That
yeah,
is that is that is where the drawback is, right? I'm a this, so I listen to that. That man sound like this, and that's the reason why Sherman and
mm-hmm,
Simon, I put aside all religion,
mm-hmm,
every single one except one,
mm-hmm,
which is
mm-hmm,
the Almighty One,
mm-hmm,
and that's
mm-hmm,
the one I focus on.
mm-hmm. Oh,
I'm
sure,
about
sure.
to close this live. I'm
Hey.
getting tired, but I just want to let you know you that this man had gone through a lot to know, not to believe
Mm-hmm.
that God is working with me. I've
Amen.
gone, you hear them talk about um, um, uh, the hills and valleys
Valleys.
and walk through the valley of the shadow of death several times.
Mm-hmm.
Several times. I've been there and
Yeah,
done
I'm
that.
sure we.
I've seen enough, like Brother Simon,
Mm-hmm.
to, to know that there's a
Mm-hmm.
God.
God. Amen. Yep.
But there's one thing. See, when it comes onto the Bible, I look at the Bible as the world around us. The world around us is made up of negative and positive people. Yeah. And
Mm-hmm.
the reason for that negative balance is the positive, and positive balance is the negative. And so does this book. This book were made that way as well. But not everybody can come to this fact or comprehended this book. Many will read it and
Mm-hmm.
cannot comprehend it. And that's where some of the dark spot still remains. As Brother Simon said, he put his trust in this book, and everything in this book is true, but I cannot say that. I cannot say that. And I cannot tell him that he must not say that. Right? But I knew this book has to made up with truth and lies for it to work. Good and evil for it to be balanced. So it is not a fair statement to say all that's in the Bible is true.
I hear you, brother. And I thank you so much for inviting me here tonight, right? I love you, brother. And I love you, brother Sherman. I just encourage you to deepen your relationship with the Most High. That's what is important. I love the Most
Amen.
High more than my children and my wife. I tell them that every day. I love the Most High more than my wife and my children. He is above all else. I encourage you guys. And I hope when I come back again, Brother Tychicus, and we have
Yes,
this discussion, right? I
yes.
hope I will hear you say, we're implementing now solutions in Jamaica where we're turning the country around.
Amen.
That's
Sure
what
you
I want to
will.
do.
That's what we
Yes.
need.
Sure you
That's
will.
what we need. That's what we need. That's
Sure
what
you
we
will.
need. That's
And
what
I'm
I
we
quite
need.
sure you will join me on that one.
That's what
absolutely,
we need.
absolutely. I'm
Sure,
all
sure.
about action, not this
Amen.
backlog of document, just talking and talking. Is
Yes, yes,
action time
yes.
now. Yeah.
Well, we
So
definitely
we'll
need
see.
that.
Yeah. So guys, thanks for bringing me up, man. And um, I'm just always a
Looking
joy to
forward.
talk to you. Yes.
Looking,
I,
I'm not quite sure you'll catch me on the Sunday morning train, but I have another live Sunday morning from about 7:15 or thereabout. But
uh,
probably you would be at church. I don't know if that's the day you go to church.
I'm an Israelite, brother. I don't go to church. I keep the Sabbath. I
Okay.
don't.
Well, you can
Yeah.
join me on the Sunday morning program, man. Right?
Yeah. If God's willing, God's willing.
All
If
right.
if if, if the time is
You-
available to me, I'll most certainly join you.
yeah, make sure you follow me before you go.
Yep,
I
yep.
will. I will, brother. I will. Same to
Okay.
brother Sherman. You take care,
Yes, yes.
man.
Many blessings, many blessings,
And
man.
I will definitely keep your family in my
Listen.
pride. All
Yes,
right.
let's do that for
Thank
one
you so
another.
much, brother Tychicus. I appreciate
Yeah,
the time.
That one.
yeah. Titicus.
Hello.
Yep. Blessings, brother. Have a blessed evening. Night time now for you. It's morning for me. It's 20 past 8 in the morning. We are home today.
Oh, you're in Europe.
Oh
You're
yeah,
in Europe.
yeah, man. I'm in England.
Okay.
I'm in
Okay.
England. I'm in England.
Okay.
England.
Have a
So
lot of friends. Have a lot of friends in England. Probably
yeah,
may you soon see me up soon.
yeah, man. When you're ready, just come, man. You don't have no problem. No problem. When you come in, just please link me. I'm one of them, man.
Uh, I,
Link.
I felt your spirit, my brother. I felt your
Um,
spirit.
because back in the day I used to teach, and one of the reasons why I used to teach, because in England you don't have many black teachers, so I
Oh,
used to teach in the colleges, um, because you don't have a representation of us, and I've always had this thing that unless somebody sees me, they don't know they could be me, you know. And so for our young people, yes, I'm in the community doing stuff, but I've always wanted to be one in the classroom doing stuff so that they can see that they can be, you know, because a lot of times
oh,
our young men don't see this, so they think they can't be this. You know, that's why we see all the football and this and that. They don't know they can be wealthy just by working. And the greed, and man, it is so sad when I turn on and I hear their clappings, and in Jamaica when I'm listening to the news. I'm from St. Kitts originally. Um,
okay.
but when I listen to the news and what's really happening, man, it breaks my heart, man. It breaks my heart, man.
I was saying to someone earlier on the live that it is our doings, why all these things are happening to us, and if we doesn't find our way back to the original,
Yep.
the spirit, as we saw artificial intelligence
Yep.
being introduced around the world, and it,
Yep.
you know,
Destroy.
you have some
Destroy it.
country, where we are is sucking into it, and we have groups like LGBTQ. I know they are everywhere, and they are powerful.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Their material strength, I don't know about their spiritual strength,
Mm-hmm.
but material wealth, they are powerful
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
and influencing certain type of behavior, the
Mm-hmm.
lifestyle,
Mm-hmm.
which goes against nature.
Yep.
So we must expect nature to be acting up like that. I
Mm-hmm.
also spoke about the branding of our children as kids. The words are powerful and it takes on flesh.
Oh, yep. Yep.
So they behave like animals. So
Mm-hmm.
they are responsible for the animalistic type of behavior
Mm-hmm.
which is happening here. If you look over my head here, you saw a chart
Mm-hmm.
with various sexual positions.
Mm-hmm.
And out of, I have 12 sexual positions there. And out of the 12, 8 are right, but 4 is wrong. The 4 that is wrong is the 4 most used.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
The
Wow.
4 that makes no eye contact.
Wow.
And in the spiritual realm, the children, they conceive in darkness, in
Wow.
blindness.
Wow. Wow. That's powerful. Mm.
Yeah,
Wow.
and this is the end of this is the end of the product. The end
Mm-hmm.
of the product,
Mm-hmm.
you get destructive children.
Mm. Wow. Wow.
We'll continue this another
We will.
time.
We will, my brother. We will.
Continue.
We will.
One love, my
Uh,
brother.
have a blessed evening. Have a blessed sleep.
You too.
All right. All right.
Yeah,
Blessings. Blessings. Blessings.
good. Very good.
Yeah.